And welcome to Awakening episode 66.7. We're still in the solo sessions in between, and today we're gonna see what Reuven gets up to. Reuven,
Ooh, yes.
where are you?
Reuven currently, as of last I remember, is the probably Tavern of Green Peak, having just finished his conversation with his dear friend Osmar, who apparently is going to leave him now for an extended period of time. And from there, he still really has no big ideas yet. Just, I guess he will see where the wind takes him.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Yeah.
You had um yesterday. You had a talk with your teacher, with
Okay.
Aaron, and you showed him the dragon. You showed him the arrowheads. You traded the carpet monster to him.
Yeah.
And in the afternoon, Aaron set out to make the arrows for the Arcanum arrow tips,
Okay.
which you can have now.
All right. He'll take them, I guess.
Oh, so basically, like this morning, you have to decide if Osma keeps them or you keep them. Like that's the
Oh,
point.
okay. Well, I think Reuven will take one, but leave the others with Usma, if that is possible. Okay.
All right. And then Osma leaves, and you are alone.
A big question I wanted to ask, like, needed to remember to ask at the beginning was, did Usma leave anything for Reuven?
No.
No. Okay. Reuven is here sitting with his one silver in his pocket. But I think that will make it even more interesting. So, um, yeah, I assume the next day essentially Ruben just wakes up in the morning.
Uh, no.
Well,
This morning you woke up and parted ways with Osma.
great. Okay.
And now it's your time to decide what you want to do.
I think he goes by Aaron's place and lets him know that he'll be around in the woods here, as he has some personal training he wants to do. And unless Aaron has anything to say to him, he will just head off into the woods.
Let's see if Aaron knows about any interesting things going on. Oh, that seems interesting. Let's see. What does that mean? Ooh. Yeah, that's funny. Because Osma missed this and Aaron knows about it. Interesting. Um, he will let you know that there is a something weird going on. That he got some reports about. He didn't have time to check it out himself. It is still like far away, somewhere towards the hillside, so like 30
Okay.
miles or so. And there have been reports about weird screams in the night, during the day. Nobody, to his knowledge, nobody checked it out so far.
Interesting. Just in the woods in the hills area. Okay. Um, I guess Aruba nods to him and says that I will. I need to be outside in the woods for a period of time. I might go in that direction in that case. As he gives Aaron a big hug, probably to say goodbye, and heads off.
Right. So you head into the woods. Are you thinking about looking for whatever is
I
screaming
think
around there, or have
I
an
think
idea what it
he
is?
does somewhat, as leaving this cozy home of Aaron and or Green Peak that he considers Aaron's home essentially completely. His mind is racked with still the aftermath of the ending of the last travel, last expedition, and the thoughts that were brought up by his shameful display earlier. As he tries to keep those thoughts away from his mind, which means currently he's all about just trying to find reasons to not think about it and trying to find things to do. Uh, and that's essentially his current plan is to just try to find something to do that can distract his mind.
All right. Actually, with your missing supplies, we are in an interesting situation for, I think, the first time in the entire campaign. Money has never been an issue. You never really had to be too rangery, and now you're kind of left on your own with no money. So survival
Indeed,
is a thing.
survival is the thing. Uh, survival is indeed the thing. Though a helpful thing that might appear quite quickly at the start of this journey is his new spell that helps a lot with, especially with mostly food, but spell Goodberry that he
That is
has
true, yeah.
now became eligible to cast. Other than that, I don't think he also does he. What's the weather like this season? Does he think he
Uh,
needs a sleeping bag, a sleeping mat, anything of the sort?
we are currently in the in between, which means the weather is unstable.
Hmm.
Sometimes raining, sometimes sun. Um, if I'm not mistaken, I should know it better, but the next season would be the dry season, so
I think he's
2
done
weeks
good
from now.
enough. He'll rely on his abilities to survive in the woods without much, just the clothes on his back. And yeah, I think he just starts heading into the woods. I think I interrupted your sentences. Uh, please go on.
Uh, don't I don't know what you
On
interrupted.
the like survival front, you were
Oh
gonna have
yeah,
some sort of
I mean you are a ranger. You have survival as a skill, so
yes,
that is something your character is able to do that never really came up so far.
indeed, indeed, very much.
Which would now be like the time uh, to use it.
Yes, I think especially the last time his widely used it was, literally session -1, essentially when he was just before meeting the party. A out and about elf covered in mud, just surviving in the woods, barely having any money from some goblin ears. And he reawakens those abilities.
Yeah. You head into the woods. Do you with a target in mind or just
I
dispersing your
think
mind?
I think, as he said before, he has some personal training he needs to do. Essentially, would be in mechanics the second level spell slots he has now discovered. So he needs to take at least a couple of days just wandering about, discovering these new abilities he has found.
Right. So just take a few steps into the woods.
I think
And
so, yeah.
are you like tracking for things? Are you looking for things? Or are you just like wandering around and maybe if you come across something, then you come across something?
Yeah, I think his general plan, knowing something interesting in the east, he'll begin turning to the eastwards, but very much like zigzagging, just looking for interesting items. At times, just meditating for an hour on a good-looking tree he finds.
There's one thing you did yesterday as well, which is dump the corpse of the mimic into the woods.
Yes. Okay.
You checking that out?
If it was in the eastwards direction, then he'll probably go past it. Yeah.
Yeah, it probably was. Um, the come across like the place where you think you left it, but it is gone.
Interesting. He'll probably check out, see if he finds any noteworthy tracks. But if it's just wild animal, he'll probably leave it alone.
Yeah, there is a bunch of tracks. Give me a tracking check.
Okay.
It would be. Let's see if there's a chance that you fail. Probably not. It has not. It is not raining today. It has not rained yesterday. Oh no, it has. It was pouring yesterday. So let's. Dum, dum, dum. So
Would you like me to roll without modifiers, and then we'll just add them later?
just quickly do it. 3, 6, 7. 6. Minus 12.
Ooh. So quite difficult.
Yes.
If I just put minus 12 here, maybe it'll work. Yes, a
Yes.
success.
A not success.
Yes,
It's exactly 20.
maybe. Yes.
A reason why
So
you would have.
interesting. It's the. Mhm.
Yeah, larger than does 20 and more. I think you need to do larger.
Well, a unless you didn't take into account pity, then it's probably a failure.
Yeah, double checking. And you have no specialized terrain, right?
No specialized terrain, no.
No, you don't quite get it. You see it. Like, was multiple creatures, probably. But you don't know what, and you don't know exactly where they went.
Interesting. I think this might be one of the first moments where Reuben tries something out, something special he's not done before. He will look around, see if there's any smaller animals nearby. Any birds
You
in the
assume, yeah,
trees, any of that sort.
most definitely.
Well, I think throughout the travels with Uzma to here to Green Peak, he's felt more and more a stronger connection towards not just plants and nature, but animals as well. And looking towards one of these, maybe a bird at a semi-close tree, he will attempt to cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. Speak with animals, one of those weird spells where you need to charm the creature, do things with it, or
It's essentially, I can now speak to it and receive answers, but friendliness and cooperation.
hey. Yeah. You see some birds sitting around, can't speak with animals, and they are looking at you like interested, as they tend to.
He's probably like semi-shocked at this like sudden connection as well as he just at his in his normal voice, normal elven speech, just says, "Hello."
Hello.
I think he has a slight giddy smile on his face as he. It is so nice to speak with you. I am Reuven.
Huh?
He blinks, kind of comprehending that just speaking with animals isn't gonna do what he wants here. So he'll kind of almost subconsciously employ the techniques he has for making animals not submit but friendly to him, using his animal empathy ability.
Mhm.
Both speaking to it, but also just using body language to imply friendliness,
Mm-hmm.
and taking a few steps closer, a few minutes at a time, to build a fragile but somewhat existent bond with one of these birds.
They're still sitting there looking at you.
Are you? Have you been here long? He asked one of them.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to that big meat thing there? He points behind him.
Yes.
Did you see? Did you see who did it? What
Yes.
did it? Can you tell me?
Yes.
Can Could you tell me now?
Yes.
Did you? He kind of blinks, realizing though he has built some sort of ability to speak with this creature, it's still quite foreign to him, as he says. What creature was it? How did it look like?
Bad.
What?
Bad.
A bird. Like you,
Yes.
but bigger?
No.
Was it many birds?
Yes.
Did you eat it too?
Yes.
I'm glad. Did you like it?
No.
Ah, why not?
Yes.
You didn't like it.
No.
Okay. you want something that you like?
Yes.
Um, I'm assuming Reuven would have like some sort of ability to get seeds in a forest like this.
Probably.
He
Or
say,
like some berries or
"Yeah,
something.
exactly. I'll be right back."
No.
As he, wait for me.
Yes.
Good. As he takes a few steps away to find some berries,
Yeah. Um,
and then
you find some berries.
spectacular. He then walks back, not knowing how the spell works. Maybe the spell broke. Let's see. The duration is not very long. It's probably the duration is broken by now. But he'll still come up to the birds and extend some berries to them.
Mm-hmm. 3 birds flutter down and quickly jump on your hand, grab some berries.
He'll play with the birds for a bit.
Yes, you're about to, like, the birds land on you. You give me a d10.
Okay. I forgot. I'm here. Okay. 5.
You notice a wiggling on your back, but you don't have time to react. As Kitty jumps over your shoulder and snatches one bird out of your hand. The other 2 birds fly away.
I'm assuming the bird is instantly dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Reuven sighs at this, looking at Kitty bludgeoning this poor bird, but he doesn't. I don't think he admonishes Kitty. She was just doing by her nature, and rubs her back and says, "I hope you will enjoy this meal." That
Good trick. Make catch bird very easy.
he almost laughs at this, but also gets a bit sad of like, is that what I wanted to do?
And
Is that
catch many bird. You trick bird, I catch bird. Easy.
okay?
Good team.
Yes, yes, my companion. We are indeed a great team. As he scratches her. In his head, probably having some weird thoughts of, is this what my abilities are for? Am I doing bad right now? Am I doing okay? Probably having some pretty confusing thoughts. But I think not trying to also not dig too deep into this, just staying somewhere in the middle of looking into it and not really thinking about it, he will kind of quickly pass this thought away. And with Kitty in tow, head more eastwards, probably just travel a bit and
Yeah.
find themselves a nice cozy area to camp for the night.
Give me a perception check.
Okay. 18, failure.
Okay, and a random d20.
Okay. A 13.
And a kitty perception check.
Okay.
You have to roll so many things.
19, also a failure.
Nice! Yeah, you are looking for a nice place to rest, and as you walk through the forest, it's getting late afternoon. You see the entrance to a small cave, probably. There's a small elevation, and then you see like that there's like a slit in between two large rocks.
Okay.
It's a good camping spot, probably.
He'll probably check it out.
Yeah.
But first, probably. Ooh, I guess this is up to you. Do I recognize this as a possible place, or like a? This looks a lot. Does this look like a lot like a animal's cave, like a bear cave or something?
If you think it's a good camping spot, then there's probably other creatures who think the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. He'll put a invisibility to animals on himself,
Mm-hmm.
and then go in.
How does that work?
Let's see.
Oh, was this a first level spell?
Yeah, it's the first level spell. Yeah. Uh, so I can cast it on both me and Kitty, and it lasts for 13 minutes.
Normal intelligence under 6. That's the thing that I was looking for.
Okay.
Or animals who do have more than 6 intelligence. So. Alright, you make your way over to the cave.
Yeah. Probably sneaking when we get close, trying to get a good glimpse in.
Mm-hmm.
I can roll move silently, or you can, I guess, if that is something.
Just check. Okay. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, you make your way over to the cave and look inside. And as you look inside, you see a group of 10 large wolf-like creatures. And as you see them, 4 of them raise their heads and look at you.
Okay. Do they immediately attack?
That is the point where you have to decide what your next action is.
I think Reuven will. He wants this cave, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a cave that he'd like. So he isn't gonna just let some animal or some, other creatures get in his way with that.
Mm-hmm.
He's a right to find his sleeping spot, as do all creatures. So he will, I think, just draw weapons.
All right. You have fought these creatures before, so you know that they are wargs. Let's see, let's find a nice warg token. Let's take this one smaller, and then we need a few more of them. As there are a bunch of wargs inside this cave. And I think it is time to... Oh, let's bring Kitty onto the map so you can decide if you want to have Kitty fight as well.
Mm-hmm.
And they go at... Oh god, am I stupid? I am stupid, so I have to look this up. Okay. I'm not that stupid.
Rolling.
I am stupid apparently. Yeah, roll initiative. I accidentally fucked up. browser, and now there's... What? Why is this not working? Trying to ruin my fun again. No, it is working. Okay, it just needed but it only rolled for 3. That is not what I wanted it to do. Again. Now there's more than there's supposed to be. Oh, okay, that's why. Okay, no, problem solved. One of the doggies goes first and rushes at you. You are in the entrance of the cave. Do you want to try to block it, or do you let the walk like push you back out?
I don't have my ring of blinking equipped right now, so I'm just gonna like, as it pushes me away, backstep, so I'm have at least one area of my body to the wall, essentially. So I can't be fully surrounded, but I will let them all past me and like surround me mostly.
Okay, so you let them exit the cave.
Yes.
Let me just quickly grab my hits. So some hit points. Which would be this. The first walk like pushes you back out of the cave and tries to bite your face off. With a not natural 20. What is your AC?
25.
25, alright. And then it is your turn to go.
Okay, we're just gonna start just shooting.
Alright. Before you like start shooting, just like a tiny question. How many arrows do you have?
Because I dropped one arrow to fit my Arcanum arrow, I have 33 silver broadhead arrows, 1 Arcanum, and 6 magic arrows on me.
Okay.
And I'm moving, in case it didn't really matter now, but if we do start moving in full speed, I am encumbered to 9 movement speed.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll start shooting. First arrow, 20 to hit.
That is a hit.
Okay, I want to get this so I can... 5 damage. And I sidestep, so I like at a rough area, so I'm essentially my back is covered by this wall, right? But they can get on my flanks and stuff.
So your back is against Green Peak.
Yeah.
And this one is like standing in front of you, which means like at least 3 of them can at all times attack you. As
Totally.
the next 2 of them like try to make their way out. Just give them points. That is something. And something more. This one also tries to get his way, but doesn't quite make it. But rolls very well on his hit points. Alright, the 2 that are getting bites on you, like bite you, still not managing to actually bite you. And another one tries to push out. Where's Kitty?
Kitty was essentially to my side, but I have since commanded Kitty to with the command of backing out and being spell support.
Okay, so Kitty is in between your feet, or
Probably.
trying to run away and hide in a tree?
Yeah, she's preparing to rush out to get
Okay.
in a tree,
Alright.
away from this battle. At least, slightly away.
Yeah, it is Kitty's turn to act.
Kitty will, if need be, take a disengage and just get off and be, a distant. Most of her abilities are at least like 60 feet, I think. So she'll be like 60 feet away on top of a tree.
Alright. Let's quickly give the rest of them hit points, and you can decide what your end
I
of
still have
round
2 more
action
attacks.
is. Yeah.
Same guy as I shot before. 31, that's a normal hit. And I'm assuming he's still alive, so 1 more. 7.
Drops one of them. I'm almost finished. Ooh. This one with the blue dot looks a bit scrawny.
Okay.
This one, super healthy. It's probably the biggest one of them.
Okay.
Let's move you over here. I will slightly shuffle them around so I can just roll initiative for all of them. Alright.
Is this the general formation they're in, that they've gathered
No,
kind of like this? Or are they more...
like moving around, and since you're back to the wall at the moment, there's just like 2 attacking you, and 1 in front of you is dead, but there's probably some other walk will take this place quickly. And other than this, you don't know what they're up to.
Yeah. That's okay. We're gonna do one of these. He is casting a spell, so that will, I guess, if he is hit, that will block. And Kitty is also casting a spell.
Oh, I am. Hello, Kitty.
Ah.
This one is dead, so this one does not go. What does Kitty cast?
The northern one that is attacking Reuven is going to get minimized. I guess saving throw.
Minimized. And he... Yeah, alright. And...
Okay.
Then this one will jump in here where there's a space and try to bite your face. What's your AC without Dex?
Without Dex, my AC is 22.
Since you are casting a spell.
Yep.
So
I think this is one of the first times he's within actual melee combat casting a spell, so he is kind of surprised by this as well. Is he hit, damaged?
Not yet. This one doesn't make it. This one runs somewhere, disappearing from your vision. So does this one.
And the guy that was minimized did not get minimized?
You see what you see.
Yeah. I don't see any small ones near me, so I'm assuming not.
This one just howls, can't get anywhere, as the next one tries to bite your face. And... nope. This one howls, that's like the big one. This one also runs away, disappears from your vision. And the last one that is up next to you will also try to bite you again. Rolls exactly the same as the one before, which is not a 20. And this one disappears as well. And it's your turn.
The disappearance of them has really made Reuven's plans fail, but he keeps on casting as he casts Entangle on them now that they're out of the cave.
Alright.
He will try
What's
to
your
put it so
entangle
that
area?
so something like this, if it's possible, but it's
Yeah,
not
what's the
possible.
size of your spell?
It's 40-foot cube.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you can hit these 5, no problem.
Great.
They will all roll saving throws. No, I have a 5th one here, perfect. And you see the entangle catching on to 3 of them.
Okay. Any of them right in front of me?
Yeah. All 3 right in front of you seem to be getting grabbed.
But just those 3? Let's see.
Yeah.
That's quite funny. Yeah. If it's the end of my turn, can I do pull an Uzma from his magic expertise and do an end of the turn movement?
Yeah, half move.
That's 45 feet. Can I get to like here?
Half of that.
Oh, a quarter move?
Your full move would be
90.
90, but this would, like, am I going stupid again?
Maybe?
No, yeah, half move 45, yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
actually...
there's one problem with your entangle. You want to hit the 3 wolves right in front of you, so you kind of technically also have to hit yourself with the entangle.
Okay. If that's really necessary, yeah, let's do it. So I need to make a save?
Yeah.
Okay. That is success.
It's a success, so you can move 10 feet per round.
Okay. I'll move like slightly downwards, so I'm not as easily attacked by the northern ones. I'll try to shoot this guy next turn.
Yeah. They are entangled. They are not technically held, right?
Yes, they just can't move.
Oh, holding them fast. What's that mean? They still attack.
I think previously, as we've done it, you can still attack.
Question is, I'm thinking about the logistics. They have like 4 feet, and the feet are entangled. They can still bite, but they don't really have an attack range anymore. So if you move away from them, can they get an attack of opportunity? I don't think so.
Okay.
It's kind of tricky because they cannot, like, usually they could like snap after you as you walk away, but when they try this, they just face plant. So I think the attacks of opportunity are failed.
They face plant. Aha! I see what you did there.
I mean, they try and they can't get anywhere. The only chance is like they're not stupid enough to knock themselves over. All right. Yeah, it's time for next round. You roll, perfect. First up, Entangled Dog number 1. That's the one that you're standing next to, so this one gets to bite you. Doesn't roll a 20. As this one howls in annoyed.
Kitty goes big.
Kitty goes big. Before Kitty manages to go big though, from up behind you, a warg leaps down on you with a jumping attack and
does he also jump into
plummets into the ground, like next to you, and Fails his saving throw. Good one. Smart doggy. Alright, you are blocked from movement in this direction by a...
Yeah.
Well, I guess technically this one actually face planted. So we should like just put him on the ground. Then Kitty goes big, you said?
Yeah, Kitty will go big.
Boop, boop, boop. Big Kitty.
His Kitty's armor should be full again. I think it was 18 now, so.
As this one like takes a few steps in your direction. Can't really run fast. This one starts yanking against the plants that are holding him to the ground and is annoyed.
Yeah, that guy is also just moving very slowly, right?
That one was not like the big one is moving very slowly. Yeah. This one does exactly the same thing, and it's your turn.
Okay, so I can't get past it before killing this thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'll try to do then.
Although this one is actually like hold onto the ground. He tried to jump on you, failed miserably, and is now getting grabbed by the ground, like all of his body. This one is not fighting for the next 9 minutes.
Okay. If I am at the end of initiative right now, in my opinion, so I will push my initiative forward and just take a full movement then, and just try to get over this guy.
As you think you're at the end of initiative, from behind you, 2 more doggies try to jump you.
Okay.
So that one would actually be a 22 against
no dex? Or do I have dex? I guess if it's a back attack.
Like if you're entangled and it's from you behind, you don't really have dex.
Yeah. Okay, then it's a hit.
Then it's a hit, alright. Also give me a strength check.
Okay. Oh, do I need a strength check to move?
No. Just saying, there's a large wolf-like creature that's like twice your size.
Totally, yeah.
Jumping you from the back.
I just, need to look at what my strength is.
It is the sicklish-looking one. The scrawny dog. He is the lightest of the pack, so you manage to not get face planted. Good one. But he manages to bite you for 3 points of damage.
Ouchie.
The other one fails and actually like just crashes in here. Rolls a dex save, which he fails, and also is out of commission as the grass grows over him.
Okay.
This one, after biting you, not managing to push you to the ground, jumps off from you into the entangle and also is entangled next to you. Now you are probably blocked in.
Now. Okay.
And then you see like, you hear howling behind you.
They're jumping from like a hilltop.
Like you went out of the cave and backed yourself against the wall.
Yeah.
And then they came out, and then some of them like probably ran up behind you, and then jumping down from above you.
Smart doggies. I guess that if they can see me, they are real smart, so it makes sense. Yeah. Well, currently it seems I'm not in a worse position, so I think
you push to move.
Yeah, so I think I can't. Can I move the other way?
Yeah, sure.
How much of a distance did I cover do I have to make to get to the other side of the entangle?
You can move 10 feet.
That's... and how much further is the entanglement zone? From 10 feet?
30 feet in that direction. Like it kind of centered on your and you move 10
Yeah.
feet into one, so you have to move
Yeah.
30 in the other.
Could I attempt to go this way and go up the hill? Climb up the hill?
Sure.
I understand that would recognize some sort of check or something, but yeah. I will attempt to do so.
Alright. You do not have climbing proficiency, Ryan.
No, I do not.
So let's quickly see. Bum, bum.
Oops.
Dun, dun, dun. So I think this isn't this like just a like 25% chance that you manage to do this.
Sure.
Probably.
If that is the rules, yeah.
I don't really want to like look this up for long, so that's a 25% chance to do it.
Let's do it. I'll roll D100. Oh, no,
Yeah.
I'll roll D4. Is that fine?
Sure.
Whatever
which
you
one
want.
Which one is your goal?
We want 4. We want the red. We want the green. We want
Okay.
4.
Yeah.
We want to go. We got bad. No.
Not bad. You try to climb, don't quite make it, and
Okay.
it's probably like rough getting your feet out of the ground, so you kind of well, unlucky.
Yeah.
And it's time to roll initiative.
If I want to just try this again, is that just initiative 3?
Oh yeah.
Cool. Cool.
Alright, first up is this one is not doing anything. This one is also not doing anything. Also not doing anything. It's your turn.
Yeah. I try again.
Yeah.
As I said, we want a 4. We got a 2.
Not a 4.
That's not good.
What does Kitty do?
Kitty moves, does a circle around and moves to get to essentially here on top of the hill.
Kitty sees the last dog up there.
He's gonna take care of that dog.
Okay, so Kitty jumps and tries to eat that dog. Go ahead.
We'll do. We'll do like this. Ooh, not bad. I think that's
We
2 by claw crits. 19 is right.
Yes.
Yeah. 10.
And this one's not doing anything. This one is trying to bite your butt, which you have proficiently turned to him at this moment.
Yeah.
With a fail. Natural 1. Tries to bite you very enthusiastically and manages to face plant himself. 1. Good one. Alright. This one is still just screaming. This one is nothing. And that one against Kitty tries to bite Kitty with a modified 22. Which is most definitely a hit.
Yes, that definitely hits. You can still hear me, right?
Yes.
My browser has just crashed.
Nice.
It's not very good.
So Kitty's armor is 16,
18 currently.
18 currently, so it's not a crit. But Kitty takes. Why did Kitty's HP drop? Because you updated the top.
I don't know. I just left roll 20. I'm back now.
I know you updated the armor, and when you updated the armor,
Oh, quite possible.
it also
Sorry.
did undo the. Kitty takes 4 points of damage, and this one is the hero dog who managed to bite you the round before, and he tries to do the same thing again with a modified 22 against you, trying to climb up a cliff.
Totally. Yeah.
I think that hits again.
Yeah.
You get butt nibbled. A large walk for 4 points of damage.
Okay.
And it is the end of the round, so we're done here.
I'm gonna roll a wisdom check to see if I'm angry or not. If I want to just leave or not. Ooh, I can do it like this. Ooh, I'm not. Okay, I try to get away. Still, I think.
All right.
Is there any way I can increase my chance, or if I just look? Ooh, I can just I can either just move 3 turns north, or I can start chopping, or I can go that way. I guess. Guess those are my choices. And I can't get past that. Ooh,
Oh, you haven't rolled initiative yet?
Yeah, I haven't rolled initiative yet. I think Ruben's just making a choice. He doesn't really fight anymore. He's kind of depressed. I think the wisdom check just makes him depressed. So he just starts moving three turns to get out of this.
Okay.
So he just starts moving. He equips his shield, if that helps, and just starts moving 3 feet, three rounds to get out of. And it's gonna take some attacks. And then it's gonna just leave. So if you want to like fast this up, you can just make a bunch of attacks on me.
Just quickly double checking.
And we can resolve Kitty's fight.
Yeah, Kitty is still fighting. There's like 2 more butt nips that you get like on this round, which one of them is a hit for
She took
6 points of damage.
6 damage. How much did she take before? 1? No.
Who?
Kitty, how much damage did she take before?
No. You take 6 points of damage.
Oh, I take 6 damage. Sorry.
Yeah, and Kitty takes nothing on this round. So give me Kitty attacks.
Okay. 3d20. A 17 they crit?
Miss. No.
Just
You
hits.
can't crit on 17s. Kitty is not you.
Oh, right. It's 18, 19, 20. So, claw hit and a bite hit. 8 damage.
Right.
And I just move. I don't think we need to roll initiative unless
Yeah.
you deem.
I was just, as you're moving, like the large doggy is moving with you, or like it's keeping up with your pace. So once you exit the area of entanglement, the probably alpha dog of the pack will be able to jump you. Just letting you know.
Okay. I will then make one more. I will make one more check to see if I do something bad. No. What do I do? I think I just essentially just book it and have it chase me if it wants for a bit. Ooh, that's actually not bad as well. All bad options. I think what he's gonna do is just try to kill it once he's out, and not let others attack him. So he just has 5 turns to kill it and then run away. Yeah, that's the plan.
Also, just for your understanding, the turn you exit your entanglement is round 8 of entanglement.
Okay, understood.
Kitty, you can easily finish off the last doggy up here. So on round 9 of entanglement, you will have to fight the alpha doggy.
On the same round, Kitty is going to try to minimize Alpha.
Yeah.
I will. We can see who rolls initiative first. So, I guess that means something.
Let's just quickly check initiative for you three here.
Yeah, I go first.
You don't know this.
I go before Kitty.
Okay. Oh yeah, and you go before doggy.
I will shoot him with my. Oh, I lost. Yep. Crit, so 2 of these, 9 damage.
Right, yeah. Then you tiny doggy. Tiny doggy will leap and try to bite your face off. Fails. And is now behind you. Trying to catch himself.
Okay.
And it's round 10.
Okay. And I think at this point, we just run. Oh, it's tough. I think the call here is just to run, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Ruben's just going to attempt to escape.
Mm-hmm.
And see if he just has to, like, use something if this goes bad. Ruben's really regretting this now. But yeah, I think he just... yeah, I think we'll just roll initiative.
Yep.
Movement. Kitty movement. Ooh.
Doggy tries to bite you again, fails. Now once again on the other side.
And we rush away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The entangle rounds ends on this run.
Yes.
The walks have double your movement speed. You're not running away.
No, I think I'm gonna use Invis to run away.
Okay.
At least attempt to.
Okay.
Kitty to me, and I Invis for D4 rounds, I guess, and then I run away. And let's see if that works.
Just quickly remove the thing here. So you only have to pass 8 perception checks.
Oh, as they're smelling me?
No
Okay,
problem.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
No problem. It's like the easiest thing on the planet. So let's hope none of them like roll above a 12 on this. No, you're not getting away.
Yeah.
3 of them actually managed to roll so high on the perception checks that they attack you while you're invisible.
Okay.
But don't really make it. As you're like trying to run away silently in your field of silence, a group of 8 walks is swarming around you.
Okay. I think at this point he's just pissed, and he's gonna just go for the slow drag, and just gonna kill all of these with arrows. That's gonna what's happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can move to the ocean if you want, or we can just stay here. Kitty's gonna be at its backs together, and we're just gonna start shooting.
You have 2 rounds to find. Oh, let's quickly check if you even have 2 rounds. You have 1 round to find like a somewhat decently good spot to fight.
Okay. Sure.
If you want
Like,
to.
yeah, totally.
Mhm.
If that's just a perception check.
Uh, yeah. Um, Unfortunately, like the best thing you can find is having your back against a tree.
Totally, yeah. That's good enough.
Okay. So there will only be 4 doggies attacking you at once.
Yeah.
Brr.
If we want to do it not by initiative, just have all of them attack me and I have I attack them.
Yeah, so you should on average like make 3 hits in a round, right?
Yeah.
So that
3
is
so 7 every 2 rounds, 3.5. So 3, yeah, that makes sense.
yeah.
How many arrows do I lose? How many HP do I lose?
Yeah, so that's like the big question. How much damage do you do in a round, like on average? That it would be
Each
9.
plus 3, maybe add +1 from the crit chance. But
Yeah,
also,
so you should
yeah.
do it like at least 15 damage in no, more than 15. 20 in a round, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's... Okay, you get rid of 1 walk in a round, so let's see how bad it gets for you. Round
Yeah.
1. Nope. Round 2. Nope. Round 3. 1 bite.
Okay.
Round 4.
2 bites. Okay.
Round 5. And then on round 6, there's only 3 left. 2. How many bites did I say?
That's 2 before this last attack.
Yeah. You take 8 more damage.
Okay.
Yep. Probably like one of them probably runs away at some point, but
I go chase after it at this point.
then what
If
we
possible.
would
I
like
send
run
Kitty to
not
attack
the
it.
last one, but Kitty can catch them if you send Kitty behind. Kitty can get this job done. Yeah. All right.
Just how many damage did Kitty take all this while?
Kitty
last
took
2?
all the damage she took.
I believe something has happened to her HP because I don't see it go down.
Yeah, that is because her HP is doubled.
Okay.
We'll only see her HP drop when she goes beneath her average level.
I didn't. Okay, I didn't even see the like number.
Why do you not
Because
see the number?
it also needs to deduct from the armor score because that doesn't come back.
Oh yeah, this would be 4.
Okay.
Why is
So,
this?
4
You
total?
should be. Yeah, 4 total. Yeah.
Okay. And then
should be
the
able
last
to.
question is, how many arrows did I shoot? That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 8.
8 times 3,
Yeah.
24, and then
Okay.
the ones before, so 30.
4, so 28.
Yep.
I'll go roll 28 d2s. I can't roll d2s. I'm gonna roll d4s. 3 and a 4 is good.
Why can you not
That-
roll d2s?
I guess I can chat. I can type it in chat, but I'm not using chat.
Oh, you're using a dice roller. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll just use d4s. 3 and 4 is good.
Hmm.
1, 2.
9.
9 good ones? Yeah, okay. That means I'm deducting 19 arrows. Okay. And then I just get Kitty with me and sleep in this fucking cave that I've earned. And I think we go, unless something happens, he's going to camp at this cave for a few days now.
Okay.
And
Cave is like 10 miles out of town.
Okay.
So still a bunch of distance in between you and the hills.
Yeah. I think that's fine. He's pissed right now. And he's also really this fight really took over his that thought he was pushing down of I can't lead. I can't make leadership decisions. And I'm terrible and I suck. And those thoughts that previously he was suppressing have been just springing out of his mind right now. As he just spends the next like week in the cave. First, I think healing up, using his newfound ability to cast good
Alright.
berries, as he can heal essentially 2d4 -1 for food, HP a day.
Can you
If that is
actually,
acceptable to you.
or is there like some weird limitation on Goodberry?
Yes. First, you can only eat up to 8 a day, and
Okay.
2, I can only make 2d4 a day with my 1 spell slot a day.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's my limit.
So 2d4 per day you can heal on Goodberries.
Yeah.
Okay.
As
Uh,
he as he first will spend multiple days just in this cave, like looming and just in misery and just healing himself and just walking around this cave area.
yeah. Um, you are in the wilderness, so
Yeah.
nights are dangerous.
Yes.
And in this night, is anybody on watch, or do you say like fuck it and just sleep in the cave?
I think he just has his cave. I think he's good with his cave. Let me check one thing. I have ability to cast Trip, and Kitty has the ability to cast Trip. Is that a spell that lasts for a long time?
Um, 1 turn per level.
Okay, so not 90 minutes with Kitty? Yeah, not good enough. Yeah, I think that's just how it is gonna be then. I think we just set up like some sort of you know, blocker in the doorway, and we just sleep.
Okay. Yeah. Nothing disturbs your night.
Okay.
And you can go out next morning and grab some berries and cast Goodberry
Yeah.
and heal yourself and stuff your face with berries.
5 HP.
Kitty returns to normal size.
And I also heal Kitty with my other spells today.
Kitty only had surplus HP, so
Yeah.
he didn't take damage. Yeah. You going out to adventure, or you're sitting in a cave and just glooming?
I think he's gonna just gloom for a couple of days. If he
Alright.
gets attacked a few nights in a row, he's gonna think it's a bad idea and like probably go back to Green Pig to heal. But for now, he's just glooming in this cave,
Okay.
just muttering to himself and being angry at himself.
Yeah, this one first day, your second day passes uneventful. You don't get ambushed in the night.
Okay. Like so, 2d4.
Yeah, if you wish to.
Ah, that's 2 HP.
Yeah.
14 HP. No.
What's this? You're just sitting in the cave or like outside of the cave looking around.
Sometimes inside, sometimes outside.
Alright. Give me a perception check.
One moment. 14, big failure. He's way too distraught at the moment.
Okay. Give me a random d20.
Okay. 6.
You're like sitting in your cave and looking outside as you see stumbling across the entrance a troll.
Fuck. He doesn't have a way to kill a troll, I don't think. But he's gonna have to, and then figure out a way to disarm it. Yeah, I think he's gonna have to just fight it. He doesn't have anything against it other than that.
So you
But-
jump out of your cave and try to ambush the troll, or
let's see. Does it see me first off?
you just saw that it like went across, like it crossed your vision.
I see. I think Ruben's mind at this point is wrought with just self-deprecating thoughts, and he's like, I don't want to fight a troll. I can't even kill a troll. Even if I tried to, I couldn't make a fire. I bet I'd failed making a fire. I better just leave. And I think he just grabs Kitty on his side, puts the pass without a trace on both of us, and then activates the shield invisibility, and then sneaks off, or like just runs off for the few minutes.
It's just 1d4 rounds, right?
Yeah, I think. So he just uses the 1 minute to run if it's 1 minute. So
as you exit the cave after having cast your spell, you see that the troll is like sniffing around, and like turned around and is looking in your direction as you run out.
he's fully focused. Plus, he believes in his pass without a trace on not leaving any tracks. So
Yeah.
he thinks he won't be followed.
Yeah, you run out. Give me a strength check.
Okay. That's 26.
Okay. You try to run away from where the troll is. And do you look behind you as you sprint away?
Not until I sprint the entire time I'm invisible. I guess I don't know, but when I start hearing my own footsteps again.
Yeah. All right. You sprint away, and as you stop, some minutes later, you start hearing your footsteps.
Okay. And I continue going. I take a look back to see if I'm being chased, but
Not to your knowledge. Doesn't seem like
then
it.
I keep going.
Okay.
For the
Where
first
to?
10 minutes with a good pace, but then just normal.
Which direction?
Back to Green Peak. He needs to
Alright.
heal up.
All right. You make your way back to Green Peak. Takes you the full day of walking, but you can get there.
Sorry, what?
It takes you the entire day, but you can get there.
That's
No
fine.
problem.
I think the plan is to just camp in Aaron's house. Just
All right.
take advantage.
Okay.
Not have to
So,
pay rent.
3 days after you went out. You return to Green Peak. Just with a few scratches on your butt.
Yeah. But a much sadder expression.
Aaron is still around, yeah. And says, oh, didn't expect you back so quickly.
Yes, the personal training I wish to do is his head drops and it's kind of down. Is not going so great.
What personal training you have to do?
He kind of shrugs. I guess I just need. I needed to, I guess, take stock of some of my abilities. But I guess I have done that a bit. But he like face palms. I have been beaten back by nature a bit. A group of wolves was too much for me.
Oh, quite obviously they went too much for you. You seem to be quite alive.
He, quite obviously, his face is quite downwards. He just, but I guess I expected it wouldn't be much trouble. But it was.
You know, ever since you came here the first time, what was it, a year ago? You've been on this trip trying to become better. You still don't feel like you're good enough?
I think at this words he kind of sits down on the just a random piece of furniture in his house, rubbing his forehead. I I don't know. I don't know. I talked with this about Usmar, with Usmar, and we both agreed we were definitely much better than we were that time. But I don't know. The areas that we are going to now and the place that Usmar and Oliver probably or we plan to look into, I guess, explore. It's all so dangerous. All the creatures are either strong or in so big groups or both. As his head kind of looks up at Aaron. You saw that head, right? Apparently that's not like that's only a fake one of those creatures.
You're planning on fighting a bunch of them?
His eyes kind of blink. I don't know. I guess if there is a bunch of them and we want to explore the area, we might have to, or maybe not. But his voice kind of crackles. I feel as though I'm not good enough, still not strong enough to help. Do I need to be even stronger and not good enough?
You know what I think?
His face looks up again at Aaron.
I think you're trying to accomplish the wrong things. There are creatures out there you will never be able to just beat in a fight. But that's not what you're supposed to do, is it?
His eyes kind of squint, slightly in confusion.
We are hunters of some kind. Would you agree?
He gives a half-hearted nod.
How does one hunt? By just running face first into the enemy and trying to beat him into the ground? Or is it by trying to understand and plan an attack vector that gives you the upper hand?
Ruben's eyes slightly concentrate and focus again as he gives these like slight head nods.
You don't approach a pack of wolves with the wind, do you?
Giving an almost subconscious like shake of the head of like that's something that's right against his teachings.
Although a pack of wolves probably wouldn't be too much trouble for you, even if you were just to run and try to beat them into the ground. Considering your capabilities as a fighter and the copious amounts of equipment you carry around.
Hearing Aaron's words, I think a bit of the emotions that were currently at the forefront of his mind, he kind of nods and calms down. I think I understand. But I have been feeling so, I guess, a bit weaker. The others, Uzmar has only gained more and more strong magics, and Oliver has done many of his weird quests, I guess, and he's gained many weird abilities too. So I feel as though I've been not as much needed. And
Have they really? I only met Osman a couple of times, but the thing that sticks out about him is that he seems to be well prepared most of the time, or most over prepared.
he nods almost subconsciously.
Trust in his own abilities. And I can't really speak for Oliver, but he seems to be well, I don't want to be sounding weird, but almost feels like he's just living out his destiny, and he has like this confidence that things will go right.
Reuven's head kind of bobs along with his words.
Why do you doubt yourself?
At those words, as if a giant sledgehammer took to the dam that was holding in the emotions and thoughts Reuven was keeping in check. His eyes kind of get redder. His voice slightly breaks. He says, "Last time, when we were on expedition, right at the end, he sighs deeply, almost breathing in like it hurts. It was my fault. I made a mistake at the near the end. Creatures that we have never fought before. We thought there weren't any, but there were, seeming of an ambush. His eyes blink and get even redder as he's breathing in and out sharply. And I thought I would be doing my goal, the thing I set out all this time for to learn to be a good leader. And I tried to make a decision and it was wrong. And they told me it was wrong, but at the time I was so confident that I pushed on anyway, and he sighs deeply. And I almost killed Oliver because of my mistakes. I almost got killed myself. His heart shudders at the multiple close poison attacks that were just barely blocked by his magical armor. At the end there, as his whole body slightly shudders. It was my fault. I am not. I don't know if I am good enough to be with them, to travel with them. I don't know if I can even be a leader.
Uven, what makes a leader?
His eyes are red at this point. A few drops of crystal tears have formed at the corners of his eyes. His almost unnaturally, always very kept hair is now loose and dirty looking as he kind of shakes his head. I thought I knew. His voice spirits out in desperation. I've learned all along of having to be leader, making decisions, being the one always responsible, making always the best decisions. To be the leader. To be the very head. But
How does one make good decisions?
he swallows and gulps audibly. I guess with experience, intelligence, knowing what to do.
That is one part. How does one make good decisions for multiple people?
His eyebrows shake as his eyes kind of from the floor raise up to look at Aaron. I don't know. I almost looking into Aaron's eyes, looking for an answer.
Aaron is like sitting on his desk table looking at you, and he has this confident smile on his face. He says, "You elves that come into these lands, you're all different. But there's something about you that I can't quite put my hands on. You're searching for something. All I can hear from you is I need to become stronger and better and to for what reason? To be stronger? Was it just to prove yourself to someone?
His words cause Reuven's face to almost completely lose its redness and just become a sleet of white. His pupils shift in size.
I don't know much about elves, but aren't you deeply communal? I always thought there is not a real leader, just people working together.
As Erin's voice rings out through the room, at first Reuven's eyes shake as his lowest of voices, his throat almost just gurgles out the words of something to the effect of, "They expect me. They expect. They need. They. I can't go back if." But as Erin's words fully ring out, and Reuven's ears seem to almost take time to hear those words as it registers in his mind. His words cut off mid-sentence as he kind of just gets stuck in his throat. His face blank, eyes looking off into the distance, seemingly in remembrance of so many things. His childhood, the words, conversations he's had with his fellow clan members, and almost zooming out of it, looking at the in a broader perspective, looking at the way the clan operates, the way that he has always looked at from a slight distance, but has always been, in a weird way, very connected to it. Seen the way the clan is, and I think Erin's last words of a community, a collective, not a pyramid with the tip being the absolute leader and the bottom part being the non-important members, but something closer to what it is, a clan, a large family. And I think those words struck a chord with Reuven's mind, and they ring out as he stands there almost starstruck, his mouth remaining just open.
You know,
His
Reuven,
yeah. You go.
Aaron continues.
Yeah.
I wonder if what you actually need to learn is not how to get stronger yourself, but to better understand the strengths of those around you. And that is what I believe makes for a good leader. Someone who understands what the people around you are capable of and knows how to employ their abilities.
Reuven's head slowly but surely nods, going up and down. Aaron's words kind of striking a chord in Reuven's heart. Unleashing a flurry of memories and thoughts he's had before. And his nodding becomes quicker and more rapid as his head just ends up shaking up and down. Yes. Yes. Teacher, I think I understand. As Reuven, with a light force, jumps off the cupboard he was sitting on, and falls to his knees and kind of bows his head to Aaron. Thank you.
Reuven, there's nothing more that I can teach you. I think it is time for you to stop calling me teacher.
Reuven's head raises up from his bow.
Aaron's still standing there, this confident smile on his face.
From his eyes, do I see he really means that as some sort of thing he considers important to him to not call him teacher? Or is this just an offhand comment of his?
Make a guess. Or ask him.
I think Reuven breathes in deeply and says, "You will, I swear this, you will always be my teacher, Aaron," and gives him a smile.
He keeps smiling and then says, I think maybe your answers are best found in your homelands. Most likely the only place you can find someone who is capable of advancing your skills as an archer. And if I'm not totally mistaken, it also is the place where you could learn from people who are leaders.
His face slightly cocks to the side as he thinks, at first shocked by this idea at all, but then slowly kind of accepts it and looks up again at Aaron to see if he has any other words for him.
After like 30 seconds of silence, Aaron like raises up from sitting on his desk and says, "Well, good talk, but I think it's time to get something to eat, don't you think?" And he just breaks the moment.
Yeah. But I think Reuben counter breaks the moment as he stands up, gives him another head bow, and then takes the extra few steps right to him and gives him a hug. And just says, "Thank you for everything." And
He
we'll
hugs you back and pats you on the back. It's like a foot taller than you, so
yeah.
always this weird father-son dynamic you have with mostly every other male.
Maybe. He's kind of used to it at this point. So.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah, I think Reuben will happily go to eat with Aaron.
All right.
And we'll probably spend a few days here, first considering his options and thinking through Aaron's words, but also, more importantly, healing up. He still has like 12 HP, 14 HP he needs to heal. He'll spend a few days at the Green Peak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Until you're full, or just like 4 days? So.
I think full is he wants to be. He not only wants to heal, but he also just wants to take stock of his own emotions at the moment.
Okay.
As he really considers Aaron's words, but doesn't like immediately follow them. Just yeah.
So we just like. Oh, well, okay. Then we will just ignore this.
We can ignore everything.
We can ignore it. Can you like just roll me 2d4 to see like how many days you need? If
Sure.
we actually don't
Great.
have to ignore this. And then one more, so 4.
Okay.
And then next day.
Do you want me to roll again?
Yeah.
Okay. Another 2d4.
Yeah. You're rolling really bad. So that is 2 more days in Green Peak. And then on the 3rd day you leave.
Okay.
Just decided you leave on the 3rd day.
That is a roller coaster of emotions goes through Reuven's head these past couple of days, and a period of calmness goes over him. He still has the sore spots from the real negative period he just went through from the past like half a week, but I think hearing all of those words from Aaron really calms himself and makes him not rethink, but really think over a lot of his life, his current life, and the journeys that he has had throughout this period. And the end point he arrives at is, I have to go back home, but not for the reasons or the not for the reasons or the ways he thought he was gonna go home, or the way, but instead he's gonna have a conversation with his parents.
All right. How are you planning to get to the Elven lands?
Now that's a good question.
Just
I
gonna
think
go down the coast, or?
that would be the simplest. I think he first has a very frank conversation with Kitty, probably through this period as well. From maybe the first thing in that morning, he talks to Kitty, and he goes, "My companion, I we have traveled for long, and we do make a great team, right?" He smiles. And I truly am fond of you. I he puts like a normally he'd kind of just uh, does normal cat stuff with Kitty and just kind of scratches her between her ears or something. But this time he really just puts a solemn hand on her. It's like, you are an important family member for me. I love you like family. This time I will be going to my family, and I might be there for a long time. And I know we've been in more dangerous areas, and you've been hurt before. So I wanted to use this chance to speak with you. Would you like to come with me to my family? Or would you rather go to yours with
We're
Arya?
family.
Can you repeat that, Duck?
We're family. Family
A long
in
distance from here.
what long?
Many, many day.
Many
Kinda
day
like,
on floaty thing. I know like floaty thing. Boring. No, but
we can walk there.
can
But I
I
want,
come?
you can always come.
Okay.
And I will always, you will always have the option to come with me. And you will always have the option to go back home if you wish.
Okay. But now go you home.
Okay. They have a close morning of bonding, and then get set up the stuff. Yeah,
And you grab your stuffs and leave.
indeed. I think he just now slight excitement rolls over, and he doesn't even prepare the items. He just goes for it. He just has the items on his back, and
You kind
is.
of always only just had the items on your back.
I'm also meant. I was considering like borrowing items from Aaron, but I don't think he even considers that. He's just going.
Alright. And off
Uh,
you go. Are you
yeah.
still encumbered? Or did you lose enough
Yes.
arrows?
Oh, I don't think so. I'm really quite encumbered. I need, yeah. I need like, I need a lot to drop me from encumbrance, essentially.
Alright. Then it's 18 miles a day.
Yeah.
If you're going at the coast, means you need like 4 days to get to the edge of the
That's
Elven
fine.
Woods.
Yeah. If it's only a couple of days, he's in no problem with that. And he'll heal himself with berries as he
Yeah.
goes along with these past few days.
As you know, like along the coast here, like this area there's like settlements here, and like along the coast, most of the coast is kind of settled in some way, shape, or form. Since this is like the entire western coast, kind of this summer holidays feeling going on, like so it's kind of safe-ish. So there's not much trouble that you can run into here.
Great, yeah.
So we can just like fast forward here a bit.
Okay. I don't think I roll minimum. I still heal up the 5 HP
Yeah.
I need. Thing. So just go to max.
So it's 1, 2, 3, and 4 days. All right. Okay. Do you want to take a quick break here?
That seems great.
All right. Then let's take a break and brips.
Hello. Okay, I am back and ready.
All right. As you are back and ready, move Kitty here, grab you here. There is some things that you know about the Elven lands that nobody else knows, and you do not tell anyone about.
Yes.
So I kind of have to secretly let you know some information.
Okay.
Um,
Of course, if there's any information that just Ruben knows, you don't want to tell me, or it's difficult to tell me, you can just say, I do the things that need to be done.
yeah.
Oh,
Just like we've been memeing a bit about like some things that are going on in the Elven lands, like everyone was vague posting about things which kind of mean things to you. So I will show you a little something.
okay.
I'll just quickly need to put this we are on break screen here. All right. Okay. So, Mr. Ruven. Let's bring you here for a moment. That is like things that you know about the Elven lands.
Okay.
You know that forest is running around the south of the big lake in the middle. You know that there is a coast on the other side. And there's a few things. This is your home, where your family lives, and where your family is kind of leadership of the general area. There is
I didn't hear one point. You said there's the thing here. What was about this part?
I let you draw conclusions if you want to draw conclusions.
Okay, there's something there. Okay. Or like,
Yeah, as I said, like just some random things. You can put this together now with information you
yeah.
have about other places. You can put things together that you did not quite understand before.
Okay.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah,
this is
sorry
like
for interrupting.
a old map, just so.
Okay. Understood.
I'm not gonna go into explaining much about this map. Just like general, like the setup of the
Totally
south part of
understood.
the world,
Yeah.
right? There is these other areas. This one here, this one over here, and this one here, where there are other clans like your own. And then there's also the capital, kind of, you know.
Okay. Understood.
The elven structure, it's not like an it's kind of aristocracy, but not really. You have these 4 clans, and the clans get together into a large meeting, and that's basically how the elven lands are kind of ruled. But then again, rule is a very strong thing to say about the structure, because there's not like really a ruler. That's just we decide together that we want to do these things, and on some things, like for example, how you as elves generally deal with humans. That's kind of a elven society decision, which is made
Okay.
by the Great Council, or the Grand Clan meeting. And other than this, you in your own area, you kind of do what you think is the right thing.
Okay.
Yeah. This is like the spot where you arrive, and we'll start heading into the Elven Woods. And
And then, so to confirm, this is the middle part where this is where the council takes place.
if there is one, then it's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
also like a large settlement area there. The elves tend to settle in specific places where they then don't disturb the rest of the woods.
Okay.
Then you range out of where you are living to see whatever you want to see. But build structures are like only in very specific places.
Understood. Okay. And the like from this map, you can understand that compared to the human lands that have these very strict like borders, here borders are not much of a like issue.
Yeah, kind of.
Understood.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right.
Are we gonna leave for this map or?
Yeah. Just think about a good place where we can put you. Also, this map, that's why I'm bringing it up now, would be in possession of your family. Although you have so far not seen it. But once you return there, and if you wish to, you could see it. Alright.
Understood. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So. Me just sitting around here on this map as you head into forest land. Or let's actually, we have like a forest map. Let's just take the forest map. Where is it? Right. It's like completely the wrong things. So, alright. Okay. Here you are. You and your friend, Expensive Kitty, heading into the Elven Forest.
Excitement rumbles through Reuven's heart. He's still not completely sure on everything, but he feels as though the big points of why he's here, what he hopes to accomplish, and what he's learned thus far, he feels like he has more or less grasped those aspects. But how this journey will go, he has many uncertainties.
Alright. The Elven Forests are mostly safe. There is no evil creatures living there. Your biggest the biggest problems you can run into is just wildlife that's interested in eating you. Then again, you are in a forest, in like your homeland. There's not many things that can track you here. So
Understood.
unless you run into a very annoyed, maybe a satyr, or what don't pronunciation in English, or like maybe there's a angry unicorn, although you have never heard about angry unicorns. That could technically be something that is dangerous, although they usually are not dangerous to elves. Kind of makes not much sense, you know. Yeah. So you are basically safe, unless you're looking for fights.
I imagine that is mostly because he's an elf. Otherwise,
Yes.
there would be problems.
Otherwise, there would be probably elves trying to get you out of here
Hmm.
very quickly.
Yeah. um,
um, but speaking about that, you are in the Elven Woods, and you know how well your people know about things that are going on in these woods. So, most likely, day or two in, your family will know that you have returned.
yes.
That's
I
not
think
really
it
avoidable.
is. Yeah, I think he considered a way to hide this, but then he understood. Then the end thought he arrived to was there is no point in trying to hide this at all. He's going with this fully visible. He would be doing everything visible.
Right. And are you heading to your home or you heading somewhere else?
I think. Hmm, I don't think there is much. He understands that he's in a time crunch, because if he really means to learn the many things he wants to learn from his elders that he previously didn't even think about asking them to teach him, then how he knows his elders teach him, as he's very aware of how elves teach. Um, he knows he's going to be in a big time crunch. He's probably going to make Uzma and the others wait. So he wants to shorten the time as much as he can. So he's going to just head straight for home,
All right.
barring any unexpected situations.
So you beeline it to your hometown, which you can reach probably 2 days in the forest. 3 days, you're kind of still encumbered. You have to scrunch for food, so it's also something. You're still going good berries, or are you going survival skill?
I think at this point, he now he's at a place where food is here and food that he likes is here, right? Even though it's still foraging and gathering, he knows what he likes here, so he's gonna just forage normally.
All right.
Maybe spend a couple of the secondary spell slots doing some experiments on the way, discovering some more of his secondary spells.
All right. You're just like scrounging for what you need. You're not trying to bulk up on stock.
Yeah, exactly,
Going full elven mode, basically.
exactly.
Yeah.
I
Takes
guess
you.
one question I would have is arriving here, knowing I will be seen or heard. Is there any point any problems for me, or are all those problems non-existent?
You expecting problems?
I don't think so, but he has been gone for a slight amount of time. Even though elves, probably nothing should have happened really. He is maybe the spending so much time with humans has made him wary and almost too cautious. So he is a bit wary of stuff. So if he is
Yeah.
like stopped by other elves or something, that might be something. But yeah, if that doesn't happen, he's just let through. Then I think he will just rush home.
Do you have siblings?
That is an interesting question. I think it depends on how much elves are reduced in your world. He was the firstborn to a relatively young couple, right? So they don't really have. He was already. Yeah, I guess how much. How good do elves fuck in your world? I guess is the question. And it depends on if his parents wanted any more children or could have more children.
That is up to you.
If there is, there might be like one, and they will probably be a much younger child right now. But there might also be none. So
How old are you?
I am human age. I would be like 19. So just 2 years ago that I came to the human lands was my adult ceremony, right? So I am literally just past 18.
Okay. So
So I
you,
think that's like 120 or something. Not
whatever.
how.
Do you want to have a sibling or not?
Ooh. Um. Yes. I will
Yes.
make it a female.
Yeah, I already checked. It is a female.
Okay. It has been destined.
Has been destined. Yeah. Yeah. You are like in your forts, half a day out from your home settlement, when your sister catches up to you and steps out of a tree shadow in front of you and says, "Hello, brother. Haven't seen you in a
How
while."
how does my sister look like? Can you give us a description?
Um, Similar to you, she's not the tallest. She's a bit younger than you are. Um, she is rather androgynous, so she kind of has like a slim figure, um, and kind of is in a warrior type dressing, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And before I begin the conversation, final question is: our current relationship was, knowing how kind of antisocial Reuven was this whole time. Uh, was she at all brought up like have any negatives to Reuven, or was she very receptive to him as an older brother?
Uh, what was it?
Like,
Do you
is
care
she,
about your sister?
I think so. Yeah, looking at how he's treated other like Kitty, how he's been treating Kitty, I think he would. Yes.
Yeah.
Though of course there is the whole going through, you know, growing up with a older brother that is a fully the version of like a what are those called? The kind of kids that dye their hair black and wear black makeup,
Emo.
like a punk emo
Yeah.
kid. Her brother was a punk emo kid in
Yeah.
puberty, you know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's a whole
That just
aspect
like
of it.
doesn't really matter too much to siblings most of the time. Uh,
Yeah, I think so as well. I think
and also like being away for like a few years. That's like in Elven relations. That's, you know, you've been on a school trip for a few months or a week
exactly.
or
Yeah,
so.
I've
That's
been
like meaningless in time.
exactly. It's literally been a couple of months.
Yeah.
But
Probably not even the
as
longest time you haven't seen your sister.
true, very true. Um, but still, weirdly, Reuben is like shocked as he sees his sister. First time, what feels like, even though it's been such a short time, it feels like a lifetime. As he, Kitty near his feet, he raises up his green dryad given cloak from his face and reveals his full head of hair and face, probably marked with more marks than it was before. Multiple visible scars adorn his face. His hair cut now, probably a perceptively, visibly like shorter cut now, as he has been, as many times his hair has been attacked, and he's had to cut his whole hair to the point where half of his hair was like taken off by a sword attack or something. As he gives his sister a look over,
You
remains
have a name
silent.
for your sister?
I do not.
Right, then her name is Thea.
Fia, Fia.
Thea.
Can you repeat that?
Thea.
P-A-E-A. Fia. Understood. Fia. I... It is good to see you.
It's good to see you too, big brother. How has your trip been?
It it has been quite noteworthy.
Are the humans as funny as we expected?
Yes and no. Yes and no. As I think visibly Reuven is much communicating in a much like calmer fashion than he was only a bit ago. Has mother and father sent you here? Or did you see me yourself?
Uh, the Woods told us that you have returned, so I came to catch you.
I see. I'm glad it was you. How has teaching been? How have your studies been?
I've been taking a break lately. Decided to go and become a better fighter for a while.
He scans her armor. I see. And smiles.
Also, the bonus of not being the eldest, I don't have to be prepared, unlike you.
He weirdly laughs at this. Yes, that is true. But I am glad you can be good and relaxed. Now, let us go off. You can show me all that you've been doing meanwhile. And I can show you to someone very special as he looks down at his feet.
Is Kitty on the ground? Oh,
Yes, I
she's
think.
yeah. She says, "Oh, cute kitty you found." And she like goes over and like starts petting the cat. Who?
Does she assume that it's an elven cat or that it's a normal cat?
Oh, it's obvious.
Okay,
Elven cats are
that's
obvious.
always okay. Ruben introduces Thea to Kitty.
Oh yeah. Kitty seems to be accepting your sister.
I think also very, very weirdly, very off character from old Ruben. A few steps after we've like started moving towards home, Ruben like puts her hand on Thea's shoulder and stops her and says, "I am really glad to see you," and gives her a big hug,
She
which
is.
he hasn't done in years.
Yeah, she's slightly surprised and doesn't really know what to do. And like after 3 seconds of awkward hugging, kind of hugs you back. Says, "What happened?
Many things, but what's most important is I'm very glad that you're here.
She gives you a frowned look. Does not really say anything.
But he will kind of, with her by his side, start traveling again.
You continue for the rest of the distance, and after a few hours, you get to this clearing, although clearing is kind of the wrong word, because you just enter an area of different trees that are also buildings, and there's less canopy, so there's more sunlight that comes down, but it's still all trees, so clearing isn't the right word, but it's also the correct word, so yeah, elves, you know.
Yeah, fucking elves.
Yeah. You see a
There's
few
a-
other elves walking around. Since the ground here is not covered with underbrush, so you're not kind of instantly being stealthy on accident. Which means you see people walking around. They don't seem to bother about you peering.
A kind of light shines in his mind from one of the new ideas Aaron brought to up to him. So as he walks by, he will, again, very differently from when he was here before, will just give a polite, elven-like, but still maybe slightly even weird, like nod to all the people he passes by as like a slight greeting.
Yeah. You have learned how to be proper with people. You just kind of never really cared about it.
Exactly.
How to be proper with other elves, like humans, different thing, you know.
Yeah.
So you kind of digging in your mind to like the teachings of how to properly address people and how to properly greet people on the street, how to behave, kind of like a known person. And yeah, you try your best. Let's see. There is a proficiency called etiquette,
Yeah. Which
which
I
you,
don't have,
which
but
you do not have. Yeah,
yeah.
just looking for what's it based on.
Yeah.
Charisma. Alrighty, give me a non-proficient etiquette check. So half your charisma.
Half my charisma.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Um. So let's roll. One moment. Need to change. Uh. Go. A 10.
A 10.
I think I know what I do. I not only am I pretty misremembering, I also have kind of subconsciously like taken a slight bit of human like way of communication, and like I'm still getting used to not using those. So he does some real weird stuff that is not at all proper.
Yeah. Your sister's kind of giggling along and says, awkward. As you walk through the settlement. And come to your family's residence. Yeah. Your family's residence obviously is a tree, large
Yeah.
tree, and there's a ground entrance, and then you probably have to walk up inside.
He'll do so. Again, like giving even more like proper, not proper, but even more like deeper nods and bow, like head nods to if there's like guards or like other such people that are like in our estate?
Not really.
Okay.
There's like there's your parents. There's two guards slash helper people. You know, like everybody in Elven society is mostly capable in some way of protecting
Combat.
themselves. There's a somewhere in your estate a wizard. Yeah, that's basically it. There's not that many people.
Yeah. Then he will absolutely. He probably lags a few steps as he's like walking through the estate's like front doors, and lets his sister like take the few steps forward and be up front.
Yeah, she enters before he opens the door and says, welcome home as she enters. And you get inside, and you know, like the ground floor is just like a entrance hall, and then the next floor would be the office of your parents.
Mm-hmm.
And then further up is like your family space.
Okay. I'll see if Thea leads me somewhere, or if she just stays put.
She walks over to the stairs, and
Okay.
you follow her upstairs.
Yes.
You go to the office area, or do you follow? Like she keeps walking upstairs.
Um. I'll stop at the office and peer inside.
Yeah, and there is your father.
Okay. Just my father?
Seems like it.
I think he stops at the doorway as his eyes peer his father.
Do we have a name for your father?
I have not named any of my family members.
Right. And his name is Andras.
Can you put that in chat so I have an easier time? Or if it's difficult, I can just spell it out for me as well.
Without decay.
Okay, Andras. Okay. Okay, add it to my notes.
Like you, he isn't the tallest. He's a bit taller than you still. Or like your family seems to be on the smaller side.
Okay, makes sense. Reuven probably just was the unluckiest of the bunch and just rolled quite badly on the gene dice. But I think he stands there for a good few minutes if he's not interrupted.
Your father seems to be doing some work. Like he's sitting there writing something at the moment.
He just stays put, thoughts ringing through his head.
He is wearing a robe, which is normal for him if he's like just at work, basically. It's his work outfit. You stand there. Your sister noticed that you've stopped walking up with her. She's looking if you come follow her, then walks over to you, and before you can say something, says, "Father, Reuven is here." And your father looks up and sees you and says, "Hello, Reuven. It's been a while since you have left." Have you found what you went looking for?
His mouth opens, but no words come out as his eyes blink.
How's your how do you think your relationship with your father is at the moment?
Ooh. Of my father and mother, which of them is more okay? Of the standard human relationship, when your son is a full-on punk emo rebel kid, which of them was the more accepting parent? Which do you think? Or do you think
That
they
is
were kind of equal?
a non-elven question.
Indeed. I think one of them, so we can make it the father, was slightly on the easier side. So I think the father, Andrus, was slightly more of the not accepting. They were both accepting, but ultimately his mother was a bit stricter and led him to be more like forced him to be in more classes essentially. Going with the trying to push that like a rebellious streak out of him, while his father was, though following his mother's lead, a bit more accepting of it. So I think his relationship with both his parents is complicated, slightly only slightly more positive with his father.
That's
But
what you
ultimately,
think.
of course, there wasn't like a large family drama or anything. There was, yeah. I think he just Reuben stands there, almost like dumbstruck for a moment, as he blinks his way out of it. Hello.
Your father is waiting. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, hello, father. As he does a bad etiquette, but a elven bow with him.
Hello, son.
I have apologies if you thought that I would be gone for longer, and if that is disappointing.
Why would I be disappointed when my son returns home?
He goes silent for a moment as a light, like, aura of, like, warm-heartedness fills his chest as he breathes deeply and goes, I guess not. I'm happy to be home.
Your mother, your sister, and I we were, to be honest, quite surprised when the wind whispered your name, but we're still happy.
And where's mother?
Oh, she's probably upstairs.
He nods.
Or maybe she's
I
outside, I'm not quite sure.
he nods.
But you did not give me an answer.
I I am home, but only for a short moment. I have found something. I think I have learned why I left.
Is your father wise? Or is he just smart?
Hmm. Ooh, I think uh, father is more int based, mother is more charisma based, they're both kind of like mid in the wisdom based. If that answers your question. They're still
So,
comparatively for elves quite young.
so you're saying you did not find the answer you were looking for, but you did find the question?
There's an almost like cheeky smile on his face for a moment as he goes, something like that. Yes. I have
Interesting.
learned. Have learned a lot.
You'll have to tell us over dinner. And he kind of puts the feather that he was holding down on like a small piece of wood, and throws a bit of sand over the parchment he was writing on, and gets up from behind his desk and comes over to you and puts a hand on your shoulder and says, "Nonetheless, I'm still glad that you are here now."
And I am very glad that I am back here.
I hope the short time you mentioned is a short elven time and not a short human time.
He smiles. To be honest, feel as though I have been gone much longer than I feel than in reality. He kind of looks up to his father slightly. I have a slight favor, father. If you can, as he takes a few steps forward, or the last step forward, and says, "If you may allow me," and then just gives him a big hug.
Yeah, he hugs you back. He's not as surprised as your sister.
Mm-hmm. Similar to the hug with Thea, there is a moment of tight, like real tightness of like, as Reuven heart slightly flutters as he's like, "Oh, I'm really glad I'm alive, eh?" Whew. He just thinks in his head, but then lets go after a moment and says, "I dinner sounds great. I should go talk to mother."
He nods and then shows you with one hand the way to go, pointing towards the stairs. And you all go up the stairs. 1, 2 staircases up, you arrive in the work area, private area, so where there would be the kitchen and whatever you need to work at home, work around the home. And your father walks over to a shelf and grabs something to drink and pours the three of you a glass of elven wine, which is like actual elven wine, you know, the one that doesn't taste like shit.
He sees Reuven like taste it and then just down it, and then put it down. It's like, could I ask for one or more of those?
Your father gets like a slight smile around his on his face and then says, "Well, seems like the human lands have left an impression on you," as he pours you another cup.
He gives out a slight chuckle.
And then he asks you to tell him a bit about what you've been doing the last years. You've been gone for like 2-3 years, something like this. You don't exactly know. And after After a while of talking, like an hour or so later, your mother comes inside. Your mother's name is Fran.
Okay. Fran.
Yeah. And you can greet her as well. Talk
That is
goes
a
quite similar.
solemn greeting from Reuven as he fully like does his best for the etiquette, but probably not great.
Yeah, she gives like a slight ironic remark about the lack of proper etiquette, but it's playful.
And also later then gives his mother a hug as well.
What do you tell your family about?
What he's been doing. Right now he very obviously glossed over almost everything and just described, oh, we had some fights with the evil creatures in the woods of the humans, and kind of maybe took some time and redirected the attention of Thea to like, ooh, this is what trolls are. This is what the evil wolves are. I talked about those. Not mentioning most of the stuff.
Okay. Do you tell them about your friends?
He just mentions a couple friends, but I think
Okay.
he very pointedly just says, "I, I would have to like to talk with both of you, mother, father. I." And then he kind of like very obviously sterns himself. I know that the clan. He blinks hard and says, "The clan has not told me everything that we know of the human lands. I would like to know more, and that is one of the reasons why I'm back so early." As he has a very solemn face.
Your parents look at you. There's like this triangle of focus between your parents and yourself, and like your sister sitting next, and like you can see
Yeah.
from the corner of your eye, like she's looking back and forth between the three of you.
And I think, especially now, with compared to a couple of years ago when they might have had this exact same like triangle where Reuven was asking them to go out. Previously, he was shoulders slumped, head slightly lowered, in a very like subservient position. Currently, his posture indicates he is in a full, like, his posture is straight, and he is currently uh, making himself as if he is an equal party to his two parents right now.
Your mother speaks up and says, "Why do you think that there's more to know that you did not learn?"
His eyes slightly blink. His mouth slightly opens. The arrival of what the humans call gods. And
Both your
what
parents get like a really, what's the word? not sincere, earnest look on their face, and then say, then your mother says, Thea, would you be so kind and give us a moment?
I think Ruben also looks back and says to Kitty, asks Kitty to accompany his sister. Have her, not be alone.
Oh yeah, Kitty gets up and jumps on your sister's lap and boinks your head on her chest. Your sister looks kind of confused and then still gets up and leaves the room.
I think intention is turned back to my parents.
Your father speaks up and says, what exactly do you mean?
I have been through quite a bit, seen many things I didn't understand in the human lands. And I have been... His mouth almost opens and closes in close contact with these. And he almost has a face of confusion of different creatures. They have been gone, right? And they just returned.
Your parents look at each other. And then your father says, there have been whispers, but so far there haven't been any confirmations.
Reuven kind of sighs almost and says, I understand why such things are not thought to younglings. I understand why you didn't tell them to me beforehand. But
you do not understand.
His eyes squint slightly. I would like to.
A long time ago, the humans well, according to the old stories, it was a half-elf that caused the things to happen.
His eyes almost squint. Very obviously, he has been only adventuring thus far, so he's still not even close to the level of a politician as his parents. So to his parents, obviously, his face ticks, and he registers something. And
there was a rupture in the fabric of this world, and the divine beings departed. As they
Reuven,
left, they asked us to forget and not talk to the humans about what happened. That is why you have not been taught about it. Only the elves that have been alive back then and the clan leaders know about this. And this is how it was supposed to stay.
Reuven nods. Well, I can confirm one thing to the clan. The divine beings are back. And they are connecting to humans.
And the talk of the dryads has been true. Like mentioned, the Allmother returning.
Reuven nods. Besides her, definitely multiple others. And then Ionis squints his eyes to see if his parents are expecting him to continue, or...
They, after like telling you this short story, and they kind of seem to be thinking.
He will keep silent and let them think. And wait until they seem to be done. In his head, maybe also considering what to say and what not to say. And trying to remember if he promised anything to not tell. And probably thinks that the only thing he shouldn't tell anyone is the bit with Oliver and his spear. But other than that, he feels as though he doesn't really have much to hide.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Your parents get up and tell you to follow them.
Okay, he does.
And they bring you to their area, which is a few more floors up. And grab from a shelf a map.
Mm-hmm.
And they will show you the map that you have seen before.
Okay. I think Reuven, unless they say something instantly.
They say there's things that have been kept in our memories from the time before the rupture. And this has been given from clan leader to clan leader in our family over the last millennia. You are correct, there's things we know about the human lands that you have not been taught because it is meaningless to you. At least it was.
Reuven's hand rises and he points to the city Holgathar, I think it's the correct one, in the Wildlands.
Yeah.
I he nods. I've been there.
Why would you set your feet into this cursed land?
Exactly because it is cursed. Do you do does the clan know what it is? And at this point, Reuven's eyes have kind of like shifted, and there's a slight like flame in his eyes, and intenseness. Do the clans know what it's like there?
No. We were able to scour the world before the rupture. That's why we know of the places that exist outside of our forests. But the last 1,000 years we haven't been able, or to be honest, probably stopped trying as well, to magically scan the lands of old.
His eyes like re-intensify, or as he just stares at his parents, saying, "There exists magic there, very powerful, or maybe very powerful. I don't know, but it covers the entirety of the sky. The lands there are dead, especially the old human cities. It's as if all of nature and life have been taken from there and corrupted. Only the very sparsest of nature can survive there. Barely.
It's
And
always been a rough place.
he nods. I understand the sandy areas, but what it's like now, it doesn't allow nature to grow. It doesn't even allow the slightest bit of life to thrive. So, and he looks at his parents again. Father, you asked why I'm there. Was there. Because I want to stop it. And as this is the first time Reuven really, to someone of elven kind, of significance, mothering his like goal that he has very arbitrarily set for himself in his mind. He says, I want to help nature retake it. His eyes kind of blink as sweat appears on his back.
Your parents look at you for a while. And then say, nature is there.
He kind of blinks and says, I don't believe you can understand what it's like there without going. Sand and dust rail the skies, covering your vision. Some days to almost zero. Any life form that's there, any plants, any trees, barely can survive around what the humans call the oasis. But there must be more. This effect. It has such destruction.
They point to the mountain ridge to the east. Say, has always been there. That is a part of nature. It's not the land that we thrive in.
There is a squinting of Reuven's eyes as he eventually nods. I understand. I've understood that before. But he then drags his finger from the mountain area to all the way to the current human land border.
Mm-hmm.
All of this, it's dead, or it has become like before, even worse.
Your parents nod along and then
I
point
think
to the
I'll
area
finish.
like southwest of Holgathar and say, yes, we are aware. That's why why the people of Samin decided to let go of this area. It was once part of the woods. It has become quite tedious after the raising of the land. Keep the trees alive and thriving.
Is there no fear of this effect coming further?
Has been stable for the last hundreds of years.
They see Reuven kind of steel himself, but still almost not very. Though considering their words, he doesn't seem to be letting go of this as he nods along and says, "The plants. I've dug the ground in these areas. It has all died. None of it survived. Even the ones you say should be accustomed to the sandy area. I believe, or I hope, if I can understand what this effect is and how to remove it, life could come into those lands anew." And then, almost expectantly, as a child would, revealing their dream to their parents, kind of peer up at his parents once more. Almost scared.
What you're looking for is a way to break whatever magic besets the land.
Very quickly, his head begins to nod. "
I'm not certain if that is possible.
Through my time in the human lands, I was searching for a reason for myself. And this is something that feels right to me. Even if it deems to be useless and all my efforts for naught, and even if I lay down my life for it, I will attempt to do so and follow this.
A large goal you set yourself, son? The land has been cursed for 1,000 years. And you want to break the curse?
He just nods to those words.
That's what makes you happy.
Do both of them seem to have these words?
Kind of, yeah.
Reuven's the tips of Reuven's mouth kind of raise as he smiles. And the smile reaches a big toothy grin as he again does a bad impression of an elven bow to his parents. One of only a child could give to their parents. As slight crystal tears appear at the corner of his eyes. And he says, I know I have caused much heartache to you two, but I love you both. And I'm so thankful of your support. As he stands there bowing.
Your mother speaks up and says, "You still trying to prove yourself, son?"
His head rises up and his smaller smile, but an almost cheeky grin goes up. I am. But I think I'm trying to prove myself not as some sort of leader to a clan, but to myself.
As you say this, your mother gets like a bright smile on her face. And then says, I see. So you actually managed to find the question you were looking for?
His grin slightly deepens as he says, I had a lot of help from a lot of great people in the human lands.
She walks over and like puts a hand on your shoulder again and says, I'm proud of you.
two crystal tears that formed at the side of his eyes now fully drop as two rivers of water of crystal tears flow down his face, and he smiles back at his mum. And I think just goes and hugs his parents. Has no more words to say to them for now.
You group hug, and as you group hug, the door flies open, and your sister comes running in and joins the group hug. There's a slight family chuckle going on as your parents realize that your sister clearly did not. They clearly did listen, and what they tried to accomplish has failed miserably, as they were supposed to. And they still ask you to keep things to yourself.
He nods.
There has been you are part of the ruling class, and they will let you know that it has been decided to not talk about these things. And unless this decision has been lifted or changed, it's supposed to stay that way.
Okay. He nods. Understanding that he is not gonna talk to any of the other elves about this. His things he's learned.
How much time do you want to spend with your family?
A couple days. As he goes through, probably trying to see if he can get any more information from like his parents or like the if we can, are there some sort of tomes about the information about this cursed land specifically is what he's looking for.
No.
Okay.
This is a straight oral tradition.
Okay.
This gets taught from clan leader to clan leader, and it's not written down.
Even the things about the half elf that caused this calamity.
And there is nothing known about this. That's just rumors.
Oh, it's just the rumors that they know. Okay, understood. Yeah, I think he will, and then he will also just, reveal his other goals as well. Understanding that the elves basically don't have as much information as he hoped. He's a bit disappointed about that, but he's also like glad he's home. And his other goals of one, getting better in his archery. This is more like evening or like dinner time ramblings of his perceptions towards archery and how he would like to go forward and what help he would like, and secondly his help to understand leadership a bit better. Maybe putting those things up to one essentially, but somehow finding help from the clan essentially with that. And another smaller thing I think Reuven wanted to do is, now knowing that the elves don't actually know anything about the half elf, that Reuven is pretty sure is the woman's whose treasure we robbed. I think this isn't something he wants to ask his parents, but instead the essentially court wizard that we have, who I think this is up to you. Do you think is a more reticent person, or is he someone that Reuven grew up with and is a like a friendly elder to him?
Uh, it is a kind of family member of some
Okay,
sort, like not literally like related to you, but everybody in
someone
your
that
household is part of your family.
gotcha. Then something he does in one of these days of just having chatting with his family is to go to the Archwizard, and he will reveal his armor to him, and he wants to just see what he knows about this armor that he found.
Yeah. You have like baked in a few assumptions in the things you just said.
Okay.
Your family knows many things. There's not much things that you don't yet know.
Okay.
So if you come up with some good questions, you can maybe get good answers.
Understood. Okay.
Yeah. But I will have you have. I require you to ask good questions,
Understood. Okay.
and then to your wizard man. Oh, let's go step by step. The archery thing.
Mhm.
Your archery training as an elf was subpar because of
Yes.
your
Absolutely.
personality.
Yeah.
You never really wanted to train,
Yeah.
and you decided to like run around and dig holes in the dirt, things like this.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Look for interesting worms instead of. So you actually, from an elven perspective, not a good archer,
Hmm.
which has to do with your style and less with your combat prowess.
Okay.
So there's obviously things you can learn as learn from your um, elven archery teachers. That's like a vague description. Um, yeah, let's stay
Okay.
with this. Uh, Obviously, you know, like elven time frames and human time frames don't align very well. So,
Yeah.
learning from your elven teachers might very easily mean like 5 years.
Nothing. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
To get slightest amount of progress.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. So this is something that spooks around in your mind, and then you approach your wizard family member person and ask, do you like show the armor and then ask questions, or do you ask questions and then show the armor?
I show the armor first.
Okay. Um, the wizard has kind of the. It is a woman. Let's just quickly let's just give names to people. So
I really need to go to the bathroom. Can I take like a 1 minute break?
yeah, I'm gonna take a break. So.
Okay. I'm back.
I'm back as well. What did we... Okay, yeah. Your wizard person who is named Jenna.
Oh, you're gonna need to post that one, definitely. I can't spell that.
Jenna?
Yeah.
It's like...
No idea. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah.
She has the same reaction to the armor that you had, which is... What the fuck? How
Exactly.
does this just randomly show up somewhere? And she would like to inspect it.
Yeah. That is, he has fully given her the go to inspect it fully.
Do you bring up your suspicion of Spela to her, or the name at all? And the other thing, do you talk with her about like your archery things as well?
I imagine, would she have been a part of any of the like evening dinners?
Probably.
Okay. I think if she's an elder that I have been very friendly with, which you imagine I have, I think so. Yes, I think we have a long conversation today.
Okay. What she brings up to you about the archery training things and like your... I assume it comes up, the problem comes up that you have a limited amount of time.
Exactly. Yeah.
To which she comes up with a... Oh, this is like... That's probably a talk thing. So she says... there might be a way to solve your problem. It is dangerous.
His brows are raised. Does he nod? Okay. I can accept some danger.
You have never been too interested in the arcane understanding of the world, so I will have to explain some things to you. This place, and she like points around her. It is the material plane that we live on, and it is the homeland for most creatures. But beyond this are different places. And different places have... In a different plane, time might flow different, which would allow for progress for you to be similar to progress for humans.
Rumen finds this extremely weird, but not. Probably not too shocked at the revelation of different worlds.
How much do you know of Aaron's story?
You're asking of Reuben?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think much. He just knows that he was taken by the Dryads, and they did some weird stuff to him.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's a bit weird.
Do you I think this would be kind of stuck to your mind. That he was like gone for a few years, but he returned like 30 years older.
Yes, but I don't think he would ever asked.
Okay.
But this probably does jog his memory of that, and goes
Yeah.
and talks about this to Jenna.
It sounds like he ran into a friendly dryad.
He nods. I'm think I know who the Dryad was as well. She was certainly quite friendly.
She smiles and says, well, they are very friendly to us, since we are vaguely related. With humans, it is a bit different. I tend to have a much more strange relationship with them. I consider them playthings. Although they are rarely even interested in them.
Huh. I see. I guess I will remember that.
But yes, I assume that your friend has been traveling to the same place I'm thinking about. It is a place that all of us sylvan creatures are linked to.
Another world. I see.
Yeah,
And
it is a step away from here. Time goes different. It is not a hospitable place for short-lived creatures. And it is a dangerous place for everybody who does not know what he's doing. But if you were to get a group of magical sylvan creatures to teach you, this could be possible.
I see. This makes sense. I could definitely raise my abilities. It seems something like I should do. As he quickly gives a nod.
Getting them to teach you is a tricky thing, though. You never know
Ro-
what they take from you.
Take. What could they take?
Everything.
Ruin's face is somber. And nods slowly. I see. The problem is the cost worth it?
Isn't that always the question?
I guess it is. Well, in this case, I believe it is. If I can get more time, enough time, I might be able to be. Oh, he slightly chuckles to himself. Catch up from my childhood. What? How would I get there, and how could I meet them?
Either you find a powerful wizard to send you there, or you find a nice dryad who takes you there.
He gives her the kind of like eyebrow raised look of like, can you?
I'm not powerful enough to send you there. I don't have the arcane abilities, and I don't have the rituals necessary.
He gives a light sigh and says, I guess lucky for me, I am quite familiar with a dryad in the human lands.
She shakes her head and says, I'm not sure if a dryad that lives outside of these woods would be powerful enough.
I see.
There is a few wizards in Van Leff that might be able to send and retrieve you.
But
As it is the problem with powerful wizards, you need to bargain with them.
he rubs his chin. Uh-huh. I can only imagine what such powerful wizards deem worthy. I'm assuming magic items and the like.
She kind of like has her hand resting on the armor that is on the table.
His eyes squint. You think this is... They would take this as a trade?
I would think there's many things, even in this kingdom, that in this not kingdom, in this land that's worth more.
He kind of blinks. And I would assume that anything much less valuable than that is not even close to the value they would be looking for. As you can see, the like squint of his eyes as he's quite reluctant.
There might be a few other things. I don't think that you possess any of them.
He takes a deep breath in, and then
Wherever you found this, if whatever creature you got this from was powerful enough to own this, might have been powerful enough to have something else of comparable strength and worth.
he thinks back. His mind glosses over the treasures full of stuff that we found, and especially the two weird magic books that Uzma was very much like drooling over, essentially. And then his hand forms a fist as he like hits the arm of his armchair. And it's just no. This was the item given to me. The others were given to others. I don't believe I possess anything more valuable than this. And as this is solely for me, his face hardens. I do not believe I have any other reason to ask them of their positions. This is mine. And I must sacrifice it if I wish to gain something else. His hand holds quite tightly into that fist, but after a few minutes he lets go and slaps the table. Jenna, do you have contacts with any of these that could be up for such a deal?
I could give you a letter to my teacher.
He nods.
He's one of the high mages in Van Leff. Maybe she has the abilities to send you herself, and if not, she knows if somebody else has.
He nods. As he gives a long sigh, but then thanks Jenna, and says that he will spend a few days here in home, and then if everything is uninterrupted, he will head to this high mage.
Need to understand though, the vibrant dream is dangerous. I have never visited myself, but heard about it and I learned about it. While traveling in there, you are just one step away from getting flung through the dimensions, landing somewhere else. Even with the guidance of one of the high mages. There's no guarantee that you will return.
His eyes blink quietly for a moment as he says, almost as a mutterance, I have been through multiple of such circumstances. If I were to fall, then so be it. I will do what needs to be done.
She nods. We kind of got stuck on this thing now. Did you bring up the name Spela?
I think so, yes. He trusts her fully.
Oh, she has no idea who that is.
Okay. Then he won't bother much. Let's see. Okay, I think I more or less covered most of which I wanted to cover. I guess, now here's the question. How much... He promised Uzma he wouldn't tell anyone of this rock, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So does he tell his family? I don't think
Which
so.
rock?
The Arcanum.
Okay. Thing that you have in your backpack.
Yes. one piece that I have in my backpack.
Mm-hmm.
I think he thinks on it, but eventually he promised Uzma, so he can't break that promise. Something he does ask, I guess. Maybe he shows Jenna the ring of spell storing that he has on him.
Are you carrying this
She?
around?
Yes, I have three
Okay.
rings on me: the protection, the spell storing, and blinking. And it currently has all the spells besides True Seeing. Can she cast True Seeing level spells? We can also not do this if it's too much to understand instantly understand what level caster she is. I can understand the
Check something. What's what's the spell that I'm looking for? There's like a specific spell that she would that's necessary to get to the other dimension, so if she does not have access to that spell. But I don't know which
makes
level it
sense.
is.
Is that plane shift? That's in 5e.
Is it? come on.
A plane shift is just a 5th level spell, but I don't know if plane shift is a spell you're looking for. And we can also say no. True seeing is not that important right now to me, but we can also leave it as a question mark later.
Oh. Well, no. Fast.
Okay,
That spell, no.
then it's okay.
She's not that old either. 250 years or something.
So very, quite young, yeah. Well, I think Ruin does spend, quite a few days here, up to a week, spending his family, and also I think he will ask some questions or try to learn some information. But I don't have those questions. Is it okay if I just save some time here and then I can ask those questions? Yeah. Okay.
So, do you want to try that plan?
Of going to to this magic. I think he takes time to consider his options, right? Maybe even he doesn't tell his sister, but he tells his parents about this. And just like vocally thinks it through of, okay, what would I gain from this? I would get many years, which will allow me to train underneath these creatures, which would hopefully give me at least a grand mastery in archery, right?
That's the plan.
Otherwise, to be able to gain grand mastery in anything really, to especially as an elf, would take me. It would be almost impossible for me to gain it without taking a large amount of time, right?
Probably, yeah.
Which means this is almost my only shot at doing this if I want to do it within get the Grand Mastery within this decade. And I'm certain that Oliver and Uzma do not have that much time. They don't. They're most definitely not going to be willing to spend 10 years on business, right? So it's an option of me either not getting Grandmaster and just going in another direction, and just leaving my archery path thus far, or but it would cost first my legendary suit of armor just to attempt it. It'd be a huge risk, and it would definitely cost something else, which is something weird, which he considers either he'll owe them a favor, or they'll take his lifespan, or they'll take his firstborn son or something. But he doesn't really know what they'll ask for. So that is the big thing that he's currently weighing. Is it worth it all to get Grand Mastery? I guess what we can do is, what does Grand Mastery give him? He doesn't know that, right? But he would know that he would be much better.
Shoot faster, basically.
Shoot faster.
Grand Mastery.
Yeah. I know mechanically that it just increases the damage die. I guess that's just kind of.
That does a bit more, but.
So it'd be good. It'd be really good. Is it as good as a +5 armor? That's the question.
How good is a +5 armor really?
It's true. You know, if you look at mechanically, um, the second edition has, a 30 on AC cap anyway. I'm already hitting that limit. If I can use that, bring down my AC a bit to get to other stuff, and then later bring up my AC again, could be worth it. Could be worth it. And I think the central question of everything here is how much does Reuven believe in the path of the archer? And how much is he just a generalist of any weapon will do? He has been quite focusing on the bow for a long time, even though for many periods just using his swords might have been as good or even slightly better, especially when he was having that ultra strength from the magic item. But
It
he's been sticking with the bow.
is a difficult question, yeah.
It's a difficult question. It's a difficult decision. But he's been sticking with the bow. If it's a question of whether do I want to be the most tankiest, or do I want to fulfill the dream that I had at level 1 when was it level 3, or I think it was level 1, the first uh, hobgoblin fight where Reuven made the final decision of we're going longbow expertise, which meant he couldn't go other paths anymore. Is the decision he made at that combat the correct one? I don't know if it's the correct one, but I think overall he made that choice, right? So, what can you do but go all the way in that one choice you got? All in, baby. All in. Chips in the play. We're betting everything on this. I think we do it. I think that's the solution he comes up with.
Okay. So, a few days later, your parents would have told you that it is a very dangerous thing that you are trying to do.
I think he understands, but he also thinks like I already went into the wildlands just essentially by my lonesome, or I guess with a few helpers, right? I've already done pretty crazy shit. What's more? What's one more crazy jump?
You've been in enough save or die situations.
Yeah,
Does one more really matter?
exactly.
Does a unknown prize matter?
But it's not fully unknown. It's bowmanship. It's the next stage.
No, I mean,
Oh,
you don't know what you have to give for it.
yeah, the unknown
Cost.
cost. Exactly. That's the scariest part here. But I think he's ready. I think he's just crazy enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to doing all this crazy shit. You know, there's there's something wrong with fundamentally with Reuven from the start. Who does the goblin stuff like him? You know, who starts a mini war with a whole clan of creatures as a level 1 creature, level 1 PC, you know? Who does that?
Rangers.
Rangers. True.
Okay, yeah. You have
But
your goal.
I think it needs to be done.
Yeah, commitment, everything to finally believe in yourself.
Yeah, I think this is what's been leading up to it.
Mm-hmm.
This is the moment of I've built up my confidence, and if I want to do that crazy hope I have of dispelling that curse, if I can't even do this, what chance do I have of doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's the play.
You leave your family's homeland, travel
Though I
to.
think he does prepare some items. If you can get some just normal armor, if he's gonna give away this armor and get some extra arrows, he'll do that. If he can get
Uh,
weapons. Or is the clan like just does not have weapons like that?
no, you can get arrows, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah, just normal arrows though.
Yeah.
And you can get a normal leather armor.
Oh, that's good enough.
Right. Grab your shit and leave. It takes you 4 days of traveling through the forest to get to Venlef. You've never been there. Since you are not a spellcaster, there was no reason for you to go there. And also you didn't go there for any grand clan meetings or anything, since you kind of decided to dig in the dirt instead.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the first time getting to this place. It is the largest settlement in the Elven forest, from your understanding. And it has these ginormously large trees. They are even bigger than the ones in your hometown.
Okay.
And you are looking for the Grand Wizard's tree, and it's easy to find. You knock at the door, and one of the high wizards, a servant, opens, and you have from your court wizard from Chenna, you got this letter of recommendation to meet Melina.
Melina. Okay.
Which is her teacher. And yeah, she will take her time out of her day to meet you.
Cool. I think Reuven is knowing that this is Jenna's teacher will be very upfront and say and describe if Melina needs if the letter didn't already describe his situation. He needs to go to this other world with these fey creatures, and for her help in getting there and getting her help in getting back, he has this item and brings out the armor.
It is rare that somebody wants to skip forward in time. Why are you that desperate?
He slightly frowns and considers his answer, and then very respectfully says, "My companions, team members, friends who I travel with, go on, attempt to complete my goals. They're human.
And you're willing to risk your life for them?
His eyes blink once, twice, and then a solemn nod. Yes.
If you succeed, you do understand that these friends of yours, they will be gone very quickly. The life of humans is but a lasting event in the life of an elf.
His eyes once more blink. Once, twice. And he very respectfully tries to say, I have recently gone through a period of quick events, and that feels like a lifetime already. Might it be short, but the fires human lives light can be very bright and impactful.
What is it you wish to accomplish?
I need to further my skills as an archer, as a bowman.
She shakes her head and says, that is a means to an end. What is the end?
Her mouth opens and closes a bit. His mouth, as he... I have a goal. Just besides just traveling with my companions. With their help, I wish to rid the curse away that is of the northeast of our lands. Is northeast correct, DM?
Mm-hmm. Do you know
Again,
what the curse is? And
he,
who put it there?
he resolutely shakes his head. No.
You're willing to throw your life away in order to accomplish a goal that might be unaccomplishable.
From the half-bow state, his head rises first. Locks eyes with her. And he very resolutely just says, yes.
She leans back in her chair and then says, you're still quite young.
He just nods.
And you're all ready to risk everything.
I think his posture is still very respectful, but through this conversation, his very slightly his voice has become more comfortable with her as he says, For the past few years, I have been through much life and death. I have thrown my life away close to it on many occasions. I know what it means.
She shakes her head and then says, "You might know what it means to look death in its eyes, but I don't think you know what it means to get stuck between the planes, drifting for an eternity." The dangers of what you're looking to accomplish are not life and death. Yes, life, death, and eternal torture.
I do think a bit of cold sweat appears on his back as he really like blinks on this and absorbs her words and really, genuinely tries to comprehend it and just lays there in silence for a good minute. And at the end, I think just falls back to the earlier comprehension he had. The the path of ideas that led him here. And he rechecks it. And even with the idea and possibility of eternal torture, he still arrives at one conclusion. And eventually just nods at her. Thank you for telling me. But I still wish to go through with it.
She kind of gives a slow nod and says, "If that is what you wish." I'm reluctant. But I can also see the determination you have. This, and she points to the armor. It is payment enough.
He looks very much, to a perceptive eye, very much relieved and nods.
I don't know why you have this and how it came into your possession. Let us say, story I might be interested in hearing. Apart from this, I will need something of you.
Reuven will, knowing very well how Uzma does stuff with like I need the butt of your body or something. He will just like grab the back of his hair into a lock and like pull it taut, and like as long as she doesn't like say anything about it, will proceed to like cut a lock of his hair.
I see, like, start like reaching for your hair and looking to cut it. Shake your head and say, hair will not be enough.
And then looks at her with confusion. A body part?
I need some of your blood.
He very nonchalantly nods at this.
And a personal item of yours.
He nods. Will think to what he has. As I look through my sheet.
I don't think there is much. That's like your bow.
There's my bow. That's been with me from probably the longest, I imagine. I think that's
the cloak.
From Arya.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to give that. I think instead he just takes out his bow, and I'll hand it.
She has brought a small copper basin and a knife.
Rowan will take the dagger and cut himself at the. How big is this bowl?
Probably just like pricking your finger is not gonna be enough.
Yeah, I think he just right goes for the arm vein. Just does a quick slash at his arm.
Feels painful. As you drop out the blood from your arm, she like starts chanting something.
Okay.
Well, Reuven, I will need a few days to prepare everything. There is you only have one chance. I can send you into the vibrant dream. And I can pull you back out. But we cannot communicate, so I will have to pull you out at some time determined from my plane of existence.
He nods.
If you have not accomplished your goal by then, There's no second chance.
I understand. Does it seem like he needs to say how much time there needs to be? Or does she have like a limit? Like a set?
She suggests 5 months,
Okay.
which will probably be decades.
Okay. He probably also needs to prepare. So he very respectfully tells her goodbye. And the couple of things he will do, unless he's the thing, since he gave away his bow, and understanding he's not going to get his bow back, he'll need to just get some sort of elven bow, just the simplest one he can get. I don't have like elven money on me, so I'll just have to use like my name's credit of my family name to get like a bow.
Why
If
do
that is
you
possible.
need to get a bow?
I gave away my bow, right? I think that's something he just like inherently wants and needs. Whatever happens here, I might need to defend myself.
Okay.
So he gets a bow. Fills up on arrows. And writes a series of letters
Okay.
in Elven. One to each of his parents, one to his sister, and one collectively to his friends in the clan. And fifth one, he writes a letter for Osmar to read. And he will leave those with Kitty, as I don't think he will take Kitty with him.
Okay. Where do you leave her?
I guess we can say she either stays at this city or at Vinra clan.
So
I think,
she's survive in the wild.
yeah.
Okay.
And is like essentially leaving her to, and then figures out either some like by Kitty or leaves out like an elven way to get these letters to his clan. And then instructions probably in the letters to get a letter to Osmar. So he takes a couple of days, the days he was given to write those. And yeah, I think those will be letters that aren't sent out immediately because there's like if he dies, so they're at 6 months they will be sent out.
Okay. You finish your preparations and a few days later return to Molina. She will give you a last talk about your travel.
Okay.
Once you reach the Vibrant Dream, you are pulled from the astral plane. And through the astral plane, you could be thrown into the abyss.
He nods. I think recognizing it as the word that he's known before, and nods. Let's
Actually,
continue.
it's like almost meaningless to you. You have no idea what she's talking about.
Oh.
Um,
The two names he learned from the Beholderkin don't match up with the Abyss. Okay. Then he just nods.
when you arrive in the Vibrant Dream, you will be in a state of eternal twilight. There are shadows. And these shadows you have to stay away from. No matter what happens, do not get close to them. Once you find or get found, most likely, by a group of decay creatures, you will have to make a deal with them, and they will get you to a safe place. They are well traveled in the Vibrant Dream. They know where to go and where not to go. Might also be tricksters from time to time. But they have ways to keep the shadows out.
Understood.
Once you arrived at a safe place, it should be safe. There's not much danger that can happen there.
Okay.
Do you have any last questions?
Final bit of preparation he did at that time is he probably has a bag of like just spell components he now has for all the levels of spells, which is just like bits of bark, bits of leaves and stuff like that. He will look at her intently. Don't touch shadows. Try to meet up with the Fae. Beware of tricks. Make the deal. He just looks up to her, his eyes bright, alien elven-like, though normal in these parts. And we'll give a final bow. Do you have any last bit of advice for dealing with these Fae, tricksters or not?
Be careful of creatures that have horns.
He will. Does he see? Does she seem to be saying something more?
No.
Okay. Then he will give a final like salute, deeply honorific bow to her, and thank her.
Mm-hmm. She leads you down into the earth. To a chamber that is just like illuminated by some magic lights. There's a large symbol on the ground that you can't understand. And she says, points you to the middle of the symbol. And then says,
He will step there.
you will travel through the astral plane, which will be very exhausting. Once you arrive in the vibrant dream, you should be able to function almost as normal.
He nods. Almost.
Almost.
Okay.
Your mind will need time to adjust. Your body will need some time to adjust. But in the vibrant dream, you can survive. In the astral plane, you would be most likely doomed to fall apart.
He will give a heavy nod for one last time to her.
Well, if you're ready, she waits for your answer.
He takes the deepest breath in that he has ever taken in his life. And exhales. And then says, "Let's begin."
She takes a step back and grabs things from pouch on her side. Does things you do not understand, speaks in a language you do not speak, and then all of a sudden you start feeling this intense pull on your body. Although it's like not really on your body because you're not like getting pulled in the room, so it's a really weird experience. And then a bright light comes into your eyes from nowhere as you stop being able to breathe. And start to feel pain. You're not quite sure where the pain is coming from. It's like coming from everywhere. And maybe a moment later, maybe an eternity later, you have this feeling as if you are waking up.
Okay.
And open your eyes. Follow your eyes. You think your eyes were open the entire time? As the pull has stopped. And you look around. You're standing in a forest. It's not really a forest. There's like something that looks like a tree, but it's not growing straight up. It's like instead like making a large arch, and there are no leaves on it. The ground is dark green, but no grass.
Okay. I think he's using surprised. Absolutely, he's nigh dumbstruck at the experience he is in, but he very much consciously and subconsciously kind of pushes his mind the gear that is he's trained in the wildlands of waking up in the middle of night in the safety hut but being barraged by freaking stone golems. So he attempts to use that and just instantly get a good look as far as he can. With the main thing he's looking for is shadows.
Yeah, you look around and you it's kind of weird. Like you're used to your infravision. That's kind of you feel like it's working, but it's not working. You you can see into the distance further than you would usually be able, like your thought at least. But then again, everything seems like infravision. It's not like usually you have like this shift in between dusk and dawn where like your normal vision gets taken over, like where the colors start to like slightly fade out, and the um, the edge of your vision starts to get encroach on you. And here's like you can see in the distance, but it's also like faded out colors, but then again it's not really faded out because everything's kind of green. And like this green, blue tar to everything, it's weird. And as you look around, you see like creatures flying above you. Like maybe that's a large butterfly, or maybe it's a fairy dragon. Like who knows? Just nothing seems to be paying attention to you.
Okay. You mentioned something at the edge of my visions.
I
Well,
don't know. Like
those.
usually, you like your vision would get you would like your vision range would close in at night and then get larger in the morning, and like that's how the shift in your vision works. Like the colors start to fade out and then you can't see as far. And here, like the colors are kind of faded out, but you can see far, which is like this weird mixture of things like you're used how your senses are working. You said you're looking for shadows. You can't really see shadows.
Okay. Understanding that he needs to get his bearings very quickly, and he's still disoriented. He needs to immediately understand what is happening as he grabs at the as he still, I'm assuming, is he standing up or on his knees or on his back?
You never really checked, but now that you think about it, you are standing.
Okay. He slightly crouches down with one hand on the ground in that position of a sprinter or a predator or a gazelle ready to run. As his head scans as much as he can, moving quite arms, legs moving, trying to keep a 360-degree vision of everywhere. He marks that flying creature up ahead, or up him, and he looks down finally at the ground. How does the ground look like? You said it's bluish green, but there's no grass.
No, it's like you can clearly feel the ground, but then again, like just looking at it, it's like you have your hand on the ground and you see like green fog bellowing over your hand. So maybe maybe the ground is not as solid as you thought, Or maybe there's just like this green fog all over the ground. Could be
Okay.
both.
Seeing this ground is some fucked up stuff. Okay. I don't, and he pushes his hand up to get just beyond his legs, still trying to keep his eyes on as much movement as he can. He calms his breathing using the techniques he's kind of self-developed at this point of the ones that at the worst stages of his panic attacks, of his stages of different depression he's developed, as he begins to breathe in, out, still keeping watch, calming his breathing, trying to focus on the air coming into his lungs and coming out of his lungs, in and out, both nose, both mouth, trying to find the existence of his body, of his jaw, his whole skeleton, as he tries to quicken the time. Though he doesn't understand what she meant by getting used to your body or your body reclimatizing, he knows he has to do it quickly. It's life or death matter. As he breathes in and out, touching himself, essentially. His fingers are moving in and out, curling. He's curling his toes in and out. Relaxing and then tensing all of his muscles.
Seem to be working totally normal.
Okay. I think I'm good. As he reaches for his items on his back. Clothes, his armor, his swords, his bow, arrows.
Everything seems to be where you expect it to be.
Breathes in deeply. A few visions of the face of his mother, the face of his father, the face of his sister, and the face of Uzma flash through his mind. And he opens his eyes fully and then just tries to once again just look through what is happening. Maybe focusing on that that one creature, the one moving creature he can right now see, and that fairy dragon fairy creature up ahead.
Oh, it's just a butterfly.
Or
It's like
just-
hard to say.
Okay.
You're not sure. You don't know how far away it is. Maybe it's like just like 3 feet from your face, then it's just a butterfly, or maybe it's like 3 miles away, which would make it like the most gigantic creature you have ever seen. You have no frame of reference.
I see.
You can see like this tree arch in the distance, but you're not sure. Is it like 200 feet away from me, or is it 2 miles away from me? You start like to see like other things around you, like things that almost look like normal trees, other arches, weird shapes. Everything has like this greenish bluish touch to it.
Do I see shadows underneath that large tree and its arch?
No.
Interesting. Seeing it be the first thing I noticed, kind of assuming it to be the closest to me, and still doing one final like 360 view of looking around me, I try to take a step closer towards this tree arch and see what happens.
You take a step.
I try to figure out my balance. Is that fine? Fine. Okay. Takes another step.
Step.
Okay. He breathes in deeply and breathes in out, and pulls over his dryad-given cloak over his head fully, and kind of just does his best to like cover himself up with it completely, to be as greenish as he can, and then begin stepping forward to this tree.
Yeah, you start walking, and some time later, it seems like you haven't got closer to it at all.
Okay. The moment I notice that, I immediately like stop and I do a full like recount again of my full 360, keeping safe, making sure there's no creatures near me or no shadow spots near me, but also creatures.
There's still this one butterfly flying above you.
Seeing that not do anything, I probably try one more time to another tree. As I just try to get closer to it, taking some time.
Yeah. You start walking in this direction, and like the next moment, almost run face first into the tree.
It's faces of utter confusion. As he like bangs into this tree, he immediately will again like calm himself and try to do a 360 view for enemies, shadows, creatures. And he
Give me a
sees nothing
perception
around.
check.
Okay, perception. 26.
You see, like, maybe in the distance, then again, you thought there's trees in the distance. A shadow flowing over the ground.
Okay. I want to. I need to get away from it, right? So I just look in the opposite direction of it. Is there any trees that direction?
Yeah.
I just pick one of the trees at random and try to walk towards it.
Okay. How long do you want to walk in this direction?
I want to try. So whatever that means, essentially, just giving it a good multiple minutes.
How long is a minute?
Exactly right. Something that feels like some time has passed, but not a lot of time.
Okay, so an undetermined amount of time later. No, actually, you walk in the direction of the tree, like your frame of reference, you think the tree is about this tall, like that's how tall trees are, and it seems to be correct this time. You're walking in a direction and it's getting closer to you as you would expect it to.
Okay. I will continue doing so, but I think after what feels like a minute, to look over. Well, yeah, actually, I think every like what I feel like is some seconds. I do like circles as I walk to take a gander, 360 at me. So I
You,
still see.
uh, as you started walking in this direction, you lost sight of the shadow behind you.
Okay,
You don't see any at the moment.
I want to get to the tree. That tree.
Yeah. You get to the tree.
I do 360 for shadows.
No shadows.
Okay.
But as you arrive at the tree, you notice that not too far away from it, one of these wooden arches, like this it almost looks like the trunk of a tree which grew out of the ground and then just arches over somewhere. You don't really see where it ends. It's pretty close to you, so if you wanted to, you can probably go to it and start climbing up.
These like, okay. So this is essentially like a tree hill, you could say.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, but like hollow, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. I think I first want to stick to this tree. How does this tree look like that I'm on right now?
It is a needle tree.
Okay. Are there needles on the ground around it?
It has fog on the ground. Does that answer your
I
question?
I will scoop my foot around it to see if I feel anything different.
No,
Interesting.
but I'm not quite sure if you feel your foot.
I instantly do not want to think about that. That seems like bad time. I
Okay.
raise my vision a bit away from that and into this tree as I just try to touch it. Try touch the. I think I want to do it very gently though, very much like in Elven, of course. Just asking it, "May I touch you?"
The tree does not respond.
And then I very, very politely put like my two hands together and then like gently caress one of the needle tree like uh, you know, one of its sprigs. Yeah. Does it feel like anything?
It's surprisingly soft.
I think again have to ask it. Uh, May I smell you? And if I don't
Still
get
no
an answer,
reply.
I will like bring my head closer to it and bring my hands closer to like smell this sprig.
It smells very intense. Kind of like the smell of forest floor.
Okay. I again now do a 360 lookout for any creatures, any shadows. Try to look out.
There is standing. You think like 100 feet away from you, a greenish bluish stag.
A stag is like a. Just make sure I know what the correct animal is. Yeah. Okay. That's the male version of a deer, right? Yeah. Just so I'm aware. And it has antlers. Now, do I think antlers are horns? I don't know. Think so. I remark that and I'd finish my full 360. Is it looking at me?
Maybe. Maybe it's
Okay.
looking at a tree.
I'm gonna ignore it for now. And then reach my hand and just say, I touch you at your core, the tree, the needle tree I'm at. And
No
if I don't
reply.
get a response, I will like put my hand through the sprigs to touch the like log. And I
Also feels surprisingly soft,
okay.
but also like feels like soft bark.
Mm. I want to slightly. Ooh, I do one more 360.
Mhm.
See if there's anything besides that stag.
Uh, there's still a butterfly in the sky.
Right above me. Or no longer above me.
It is somewhere above you. It's gotten like about 3 times as large as when you started last time.
Okay. And then I will. This seems dangerous. And I will close my eyes and concentrate on this tree and try to not really casting any magics, just like before I've been able to get in contact or just kind of feel these like different trees and plants, and I could just like ask them or just communicate with them. I don't really wish to command it like entangle or anything, but just try to see if I can feel it out.
Do you close your eyes?
I do close my eyes for this.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of like try to widen your consciousness, and you open your eyes and you're looking over the land.
What do I see in the land? Similar to what I've seen before?
Now you're way higher up.
Mhm.
You actually see that when you're looking down, like the first thing you see is branches with needles.
Okay.
Further in the distance, you see the stag still standing around.
Okay.
And then you notice that you cannot turn around.
Understood. I do want to take this using my previous experience in the what's that eye spell called? The clairvoyant spell, I think, is the one I cast. Uh, just having one very straight field of vision to like quickly try to comprehend what is happening or what is in my vision, to like very quickly analyze everything I see. I see the ant, or I see the antlers of these stag. Do I see other like weird looking tree formations?
Oh, just a few more trees in the distance.
Okay.
The beginning of the wooden arch to your side.
Okay.
Actually, now that you're looking like from higher up, you can see like another shadow flowing over the ground.
Can I see which direction, or just the same direction I'm looking at? Yeah.
It is not flowing in your not flowing towards you.
Okay. If okay, so if I'm to start the shadows in front of me, where would the start of the tree hill begin?
To like the wooden arches to your left, the shadow is like front right, and it's
Okay,
flowing to your further right.
further right. Great. Okay. Um, I then want to essentially close my eyes in this state and try to disconnect my consciousness. And see if I can open my eyes again normally.
You open your eyes. You're still stuck in the same position.
Of looking up from the tree.
Yep.
Okay. Um, I close my eyes once more and try to feel a hand or create feeling for a hand and then tear the hand away.
I think you moved your hand away.
I try to open my eyes.
Oh yeah. You're standing in front of the tree, both of your hands like weirdly placed next to your face.
Okay. Immediately, I do another 360 to check around.
Uh-huh. There's a large butterfly somewhere behind you.
Close behind me? Or where I
Seem to
expected it?
be. It seems like it's at least like 6 feet high. You make your choice if it's close to you or not.
Okay. Does it seem as big as when I started it? When I started this, when I was teleported here? Or is it as big as it was when I got to this tree?
No, it gotten like again like 3 times as large as when you saw it the last time.
It's gotten even bigger.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh. He mutters to himself, well, butterflies don't have horns. Maybe butterflies are good. And then looks to the tree again. And this time will bow straight to it and other, like, thanks in Elven. And leave. Ooh. As he kind of thinks to himself. Um, does he have, just from his, like, component pouch, just like some seeds of some tree? He will like put it in his hand and then like kind of drop it at the edge of the needle tree's like bottom canopy and just do a large bow and express thanks in Elven.
Okay.
And then stand up again. Try to look at the make sure the butterfly and the stag are still roughly the same places.
Oh, the stag is gone.
Stag's gone. Okay.
And next to you on the ground is a what are you called? Sapling?
Uh-huh. Okay. Roughly the same place where I put the three egg.
Yeah.
Three. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Not gonna deal with that. I hope the tree likes a friend.
Actually, you heard like the whooshing of air.
I try to spot the butterfly.
Oh yeah, it's still behind you. Now looks like it's 8 feet tall.
I seeing it bigger. Will do I see its like two antlers or two like the things butterflies have like two like
Antenna.
antenna, right?
Yeah.
Do I see those? Okay. Towards the direction of those antenna, I do a large like bow.
Hear the whooshing of air.
I do another 360 to make sure that I don't see any other creatures. Oh, shadows.
No.
Okay. And the butterfly and the tree hill are roughly in the same direction.
No. You can
Okay.
run away from the butterfly towards the tree hill.
I can't do that. I will take like a few normal steps towards the butterfly and once again bow to it.
It is quickly growing larger. It's now like 12 feet tall.
At this size, do I get any other details at it looking, more at it now?
It's kind of looking twilighty. So it's like has the same green and blue color touch to it. You're not quite sure if this has like a touch of violet as well.
Ooh,
Slightly shimmering. And by now you can see that it's with the flapping of its wings, the fog on the ground is wobbling.
aha. Um, He's just gonna attempt to do like a vibe check on this creature. Just look as it's getting closer to him and try to sense for any like either positive or negative intent. Maybe even slightly closing his eyes. I guess yeah. I think closing his eyes again, and this time like using the this general sense of like stronger connection he's now gained with animals since his new level up, and try to just see if he can detect any animosity or positivity from that direction where the butterfly is coming from. I understand this is a real like Hail
Give
Mary.
me a ranger check.
Okay. Do you want a D20 with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, roll a D20. That's a 12 on the D20.
Mm-hmm.
You want level or wisdom?
I'm thinking of something.
Okay, that's just the 12 on the D20.
Yeah. As you close your eyes and try to focus in this direction, you have like this feeling of a curiosity reaching out to you.
Okay. He will open his eyes once more and stay in the bowing state. And just wait for it to get closer to him.
You see that the wobbling of the fog on the ground is getting closer to you.
I just saw
Almost
curiosity,
looks like a
right?
shadow.
I didn't get anything other than curiosity.
No,
That was just the okay.
just
He's
saying.
just gonna have to make a call here. I
Fog
think
getting dispersed looks almost like a shadow.
Ooh. But does it look like a shadow?
It definitely looks different than the shadows you've seen before, or the things that you thought are shadows before. Like,
Okay.
who knows? That's Twilight. What is a shadow?
Exactly. He will not then run away or do any strong things. He will just like instantly switch on his ranger mode of being good to like animal empathy and just go into body language wise of I am friendly, I am here to not disturb you. And try
You
to
have like exactly zero idea what a butterfly would think of your movement. So you're
absolutely
just
right.
winging it. You're like flapping your arms.
No.
No?
I think
Okay.
he's just trying to act how he would, like the most general way he would. To like the broadest sense of animals would work. As I read through the spell list I have.
As the butterfly seems to get closer to you, like this feeling of curiosity gets stronger. And you feel something reaching out to your mind.
Okay. I would like to, on one hand, reinforce my mind and be like aware. Okay, don't be like charmed. At the same time, I want to be like positivity and send that out. Positive friendliness.
Do you try to resist or do you let it happen?
That's a good question. You know, elves are generally kind of immune to like charm, right? Do I know if I were to someone were to cast a charm spell on me and I were to say I'm not taking a saving throw on this, would my 90% immunity still work?
I think you would have to consciously try to not resist for your charm immunity not to work.
Okay, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna be somewhere in the middle. So I'm not like consciously resisting. I'm not like consciously trying to like push this thing away, but I'm also not like fully letting all my guards open. If you understand what I mean.
Has like this feeling of something reaching out to your mind, like intensifies. You maybe imagine hear like this echoing, flaring, humming sound in your head that
Okay.
kind of sounds like a voice,
Okay.
and you try to make out the words in it.
Yes.
Isn't words, but somehow you get like this idea that something is echoing in your mind. The question, who are you?
I think. How big has this creature now become? First
Exactly.
off, as I open my eyes slightly.
You can like feel the air getting pushed into your face as the butterfly flaps with its wings. And it seems like it's at least 20 feet tall by now.
Cool. Cool. Very cool. Um, this thing seems like a big deal. So I'm gonna combine some stuff here, and I'm thinking use some like resources. I'm gonna tap that like the well spool of willpower and energy I have, right? Of magic, or not even magic, but just my willpower, essentially, right, for spells, and begin the similar casting time essentially to what is the spell Animal Friendship, to like reinforce that connection that was just made to my mind, and essentially try to build on that with the first like bunch of info or emotion I send is like friend, and then Reuven. As I'm okay to spend that like uh one first level spell slot of willpower on this.
Sure, do whatever you want to do. A
Totally.
thought come back into your mind. Friend Reuven, why are you here?
He okay. He will send back to essentially looking for help, looking for guidance, looking for trade. That is the consecutive thoughts he sends out.
What are you willing to offer?
His mind passes through the words that multiple people have sent to him. And the words that come out from his mind's eye are whatever is necessary.
The butterfly comes closer.
At this point, Reuven's like all like he has no escape anyway, so he's just riding on with this. So he lets it happen.
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
Or do you pay attention to anything? Or
I think I still do. Still much less than before, because this is obviously taking a lot of my attention. But I very strictly reinforced previously in my mind to always keep watch. I think I do somewhat. Is that a perception check?
yeah,
26 again.
as you have this butterfly getting almost straight up to your face. You notice as the wings flap up behind it, a shadow flowing over the ground.
How close behind it? Like,
No
just
idea.
right next to it.
It's a shadow on the ground. Butterfly is 20 feet tall, so what
Yeah.
exactly is?
I think he sends out a alert message through this channel he's built with the first level spell sort of alert shadow behind you, and he just starts taking steps back.
Butterfly keeps close to you. You can almost feel it touching you. It must have small hairs on its body that are now pressing against your face.
He will continue to use a bit of his expression mind to send a signal of friend still, while he's actively just stepping away, trying to step towards that hill of a tree.
Can still see the shadow rolling over the ground in your direction ish.
He's gonna try to get to that tree.
Running? Or are you
Yes.
still slowly moving backwards?
No, he's gonna start running.
As you start running, you feel the connection that has been established to your mind, it grabs onto you,
Okay.
and you still feel like you're running, but a part of you notices that you're not moving.
And I still see the shadow as I turn back. Still, the shadow coming closer to me.
Can't turn.
It can't turn. I'm gonna do. I think from Ruben's mind, he's thinking, I think the shadow's gonna come closer to me. He needs to do something. And as he will just. The channel was built somewhat by him as well, right? So he wants to just take
That's
back
what
that
you think,
willpower
yeah.
he spent. And try to break it.
A saving throw was a spell.
Okay. Let's roll a d20 and then see what my saving throw is. I think that's good enough. A spell is 11 minus 1. 10.
Yeah, nothing changes.
Nothing changes.
You wrestle yourself and can slightly turn your face. You still see the shadows flowing over the ground in your direction and the butterfly's direction, to be fair. And then suddenly there's a flash of light, almost like a lightning striking on the ground. But you don't really see a lightning, you don't hear thunder, so. And shadow's gone.
Shadow's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. I will stop running then.
Yeah. Also, nothing changes as you stop running.
I stop attempting to run, I guess. I calm down my mind. And I think he just once again kind of like uh, almost awkwardly just sends out the earlier message again of I'm willing to make a deal here. And then like the second part of the message is from what is gathered, because he is making a deal, he's kind of going at it like a half business mindset, but a half of also like a ready to sacrifice mindset of I am willing to give what is needed, but only what is needed, and just sends that message out again. I'm willing to make a deal.
You have like bring this thought into the foreground of your mind. And you notice that whatever is connected to your mind is like digging.
Digging into my mind.
Yeah.
Um, and I this is again quite of a like a vibe check of can I see is it like digging as in like taking stuff from my mind or is it like scanning my mind?
The intention still feels like curiosity.
I'll let it go. I think all the creatures here are so beyond whatever problems and secrets I have. There's nothing I need to hide here.
Life force echoes through your head. It to me.
He thinks for a moment. He thinks for all the life that he has led, and he might still be able to leave. But then a weird thought appears in his mind. The words of um, the High Wizard Melanie that soon Reuven will live on, but everyone else will die. Usma will die. So maybe, just maybe, life force isn't all that valuable. As the big thought he brings to his main mind is, I will make this deal with you.
Okay. You accepting whatever the ask is?
This might be the last type of vibe check again. Does it at any point again? These creatures are probably, if they are deceptive, they are incredibly deceptive, and I would never be able to even see it at all. But is there any part of my body or soul that kind of like detects that I'm being like majorly being taken advantage of?
Um. No.
Okay. That is all he needs to hear. As he will say, accept.
Before I say accept, the no comes from like in your mind. You have the creature thinks it's not ripping you off.
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever it is, thinks it's not ripping you off.
But its perceptions are different.
No, that's like you get this idea.
Okay.
You don't really know what a 20-foot tall butterfly thinks is fair, but there's no ill will. Let's put it like this.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
A creature might think like sucking all of your blood out of your body is totally fair for the trade, but
Yeah. That is fair. I think it will. If this thought does come to Reuven, what it does is again express like friendship and express like willingness, but like somewhat willingness to do this. But then we'll send out like a question between that of how would he phrase it? Like for example, he'll say like the point out like the stag. He'll incorporate the memory of the stag he just had, right? And say how much compared to that. Like how much of him of life force do you want?
nothing.
I think the nothing answer isn't very good for him. As he'll try again and say try the question again, but this time with the needle tree he was just at. Is still at.
All of it.
This mind he's a bit like shit. That's a big tree. That's a real big tree. And then I think try to from the all of it. That mean like it would be a willing deal if it just got all of that tree, or is it like it means many of those trees?
You ask the question, you gotta answer.
Yeah. I think I then ask for clarification.
No reply.
Fuck. Okay. I think he continues sending in like the bits of okay, I'm thinking. Give me a moment to make this deal. And then he just submerges himself in his thoughts and says, okay, it's gonna want life force.
There's another flash of light as you're sitting there thinking.
It's gonna want life. It's gonna want lots of life force. Am I okay to give it? I think life force is the best thing I can give with the least amount of penalty. Let's do it.
You're saying yes?
Let's do it was in his mind, and then he's like turning back to that channel.
The butterfly is also like, again, like pressing against your body.
Yeah. Let me just do one last check of all that I have. Yeah, I have nothing more. I think in one hand I reach underneath my cloak and underneath my clothes, and I grasp the necklace of bloodstone necklace on my
Mm-hmm.
neck, and the other I guess I just hold the ring of spell storing. That doesn't have anything to help me. No. Yeah. And in the other, I just hold the ring of spell storing as like just these two comfort magic items
Mm-hmm.
as I go. Please don't kill me. Make the deal. And makes the deal.
Okay.
Just sends out that message. Let's see if Reuben dies.
um. Next thing that you see is a large symbol on the ground. You're in a dark room that's slightly illuminated from magical lights. You look up and you see Malena standing in front of you.
What is happening?
The time's up. I've called you back.
No. No. This doesn't make sense.
What doesn't
Why?
make sense?
How? I look down at my body. Is there anything different? Look around.
Yeah, you kind of wearing different clothes. Actually, all your clothes kind of have this. Actually, they're all grey.
Okay.
But in your mind, like, the grey doesn't make sense.
I subconsciously check my belt for my weapons.
Yeah, they're there.
Looking up, my face rises as my two hands rise, and I touch my face. Does my face feel different?
No?
Reuven, can I, Malena, can I see a mirror? His eyes are wide open.
Do you look older? That's what you're thinking.
Can I? He looks around the room to see if there's anything reflective.
There's actually a mirror leaning against one of the walls.
He rushes forward for it. Heart beating.
Yeah, you look in the mirror. You look at yourself. And then, like, you kind of think maybe you look like you have lost weight. So it's like slight rings under your eyes. Wearing like these gray clothes. You have a bow on your back.
Okay.
That is definitely not your bow.
Okay. But I only look slightly younger, slightly older. Or at least difficult to tell for elves. My hair is still the same color.
Yes.
And I don't have, like, massive wrinkles on my face.
No.
Okay. I think I just fall to the floor on my ass and just hold my head with my hands and try to think. What was it the last thing I remember?
Saying yes to the butterfly.
Yeah. He attempts to say words, but his mouth just kind of opens and closes without actually saying anything.
You hear like steps behind you. And you hear Malena's voice. Memories are sometimes weird when traveling the plains. I assume you don't really know what happened.
His lost, wandering gaze kind of shoots up at her. No. I made a deal. And that's it.
What did it cost you?
His eyes kind of go lower. It said life force.
It?
His eyes kind of wander back, or like shuffle and look back up. Can you... am I any different? In some other way?
I don't know.
He kind of just mumbles. Thank you for your work. And I think just kind of gets to his feet. And there's a very like awkward, just barely conscious like bow towards her, and then kind of just hobbling just off, just off into like the Elven city.
Your memories may return.
It's only been 5 months, right?
Yes, exactly 5 months. For me at least. I don't know how much time has passed for you. Enough that one can see it.
I don't know either. And I think at those words, he just steps out of her house and into the streets. Probably going to just find a. I'm assuming there's a area where he can rest at in the city. Hopefully,
You are in the Elven forest.
I guess that makes sense.
Usually either sleep in your residence or on a tree.
Yeah. Okay. He goes finds a great tree and kind of just hugs it Oh, maybe Kitty's here?
No.
I think a kid left Kitty somewhere in the woods. Yeah, okay. He's gonna take a while to get back to like normal. So he's just gonna stay on a tree for a couple days.
I think this is like the perfect spot to end.
I think so as well.
And time find out what happened to you.
Yes.
Alright. Before you learn if or what benefits you got, please reduce your constitution by 4.
Okay. Now here's a good question.
Your natural
How does
constitution.
Yes. How does my amulet work with this? I have a normal con of 14 and a advanced con of 18. And the second question is, if my normal con falls below 14, which I think or 13 was the minimum to be a ranger, does that mean I can no longer be a ranger?
No. You need con for ranger?
I think it. Apparently, I don't remember why my con was 14 either. I think I needed like 13, 14s in almost all stats.
Ah, yeah, you need 14 con for ranger. Yeah. No,
But I can still
doesn't
level.
matter. Yeah.
Okay. So and now which con do I lower? I imagine I lower my 14 con
Yeah.
10,
Yeah.
but now my 18 did that reduce to 14?
Yep.
Okay. So okay. I think I just my basic system shock and basic revival so resurrection chance have reduced.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I didn't the worst fear I had right now was I didn't lose any levels. I'm still leveled. I'm still the level I was before, at least.
To your knowledge, you're still the same level as you was before.
Okay, spectacular. Whew. Whew. Okay, but I'll adjust my con score now. And I guess we're stopping here. And I stopped those letters, by the way. I'm not sending any letters out.
Maybe you don't. We will find out.
Yeah, we'll see.
You have one month to find the letters and stop them from being sent out.
That is true. But now since we're stopping, thank you, Duck. This was an amazing session. I loved it.
Me too. All right. Yeah. It'll be fun. So yeah, thanks for playing.
Thank you for DMing. It was a great pleasure to play.
And we'll meet again next week with the rest of the party, I assume.
I hope so as well.
All right. Until then, have a nice week.
Good night.
Good night. Bye-bye. Alrighty. Fun times. Peace out.